Hey Anna, welcome back. Thanks for being the first as always. Appreciate it. Hopefully your day has been going good so far. Hey Ken, welcome back. Hey Furry, Bread, Jamie Harding, everybody over on YouTube chat, welcome back. We're back playing Star Rail like I said I would yesterday. So good to have everybody back. Hey Lemon Eugen, question, do you think it's how much do you think it is to E6 a character? Well, depends on your luck. I'll give you my personal anecdotes from Genshin, because I pulled for C6 characters in Genshin, and obviously Genshin has the exact same character banner. Well, character banners work exactly the same between Genshin and Star Rail. So, on average, I've had to spend over $1,000 to C6 a character, so I expect it to be the same for Star Rail. My cheapest C6 character in Genshin was Yoimiya, and I remember she only, in very big air quotes, only cost me like 800 or so. And that was below average. But your average amount of the average amount of money, at least from my experience, that I've had to spend for a C6 character, I've gone for C6s a handful of times in Genshin in previous years, in past years. Have usually felt like they've cost me around 1,000, more than 1,000, like 1,100 or 1,200. Actually, that does include the cost of weapons. So, because you didn't mention their signatures, just E6 or C6 characters, then I would assume the average would be about 1,000. Because if you throw weapons into that, then you have to account for that too, and that usually adds another $100 or $200 on top of that. Again, given how good or bad your luck is. Thoroughly impressed with Acheron's performance. Best DPS character in the game, as long as she has her gacha light cone. Like, Acheron is so good that I don't feel bad not going for her E2 anymore. Because at first I was like, man, I really want to get Acheron to E2, but then after seeing how she's performed, yeah, no, she doesn't need it. She really doesn't. You see FGO in the corner. Yeah, of course. I always have all my gacha games up. Well, not always, but usually I have my gacha games up. Are the Trunk Sisters worth pulling? If you appreciate the fact that we finally have Southeast Asian representation in FGO, which we should have more of. So props to FGO for finally including some. Or if you just like, you know, the fact that they got the Pokemon artist to do a character in FGO finally. Whatever your reason is, go for waifu first. If you're talking gameplay, and I assume you are, because they're single target, they're more suited for boss battles. Or at least you would think so. The problem is that we already have another single target art saber, who's much better at boss killing than the Trunk Sisters are. And they're I believe they're permanent. Are they permanent? I think they are. Yeah, they should be permanent. They're called Dioscuri, the Greek twins. Are they twins? I don't know. Maybe they're just brother and sister. But yeah, Dioscuri is a much better boss killer because their MP has both Invul Pierce and Defense Pierce, and obviously that's extremely valuable. I guess the thing that the Trunk Sisters would be better than Dioscuri at is for multi-core farming. Like if you're farming a 90+ node in the future, and like you have like a single target enemy that you can bring a saber in, and the rest of your team either use arts or buster NPs, then the Trunk Sisters would technically be better because they have party arts and buster buffs for 3 turns for the whole team. So obviously that would go very well with multi-core teams. Arts and buster multi-core teams. So in that sense, they're pretty good, actually. But if you don't need that, or if you are looking for like a boss-killing saber, 5-star saber, then unfortunately I think Dioscuri is overall better. So hopefully that answers your question. Your Acheron is currently underwhelming, though you think it's a combination of you need to farm for more relics, and more importantly, she needs her traceries. Yeah, of course. No, I mean, characters are always going to feel, characters are always going to feel not very good, let's just say. Until you can get them there, you know. Until you can invest in them, into them properly. So it's like, yeah, of course. You'll get there. You'll get to that point eventually, I'm sure. I forget if Gallagher has a offensive technique. I think he does. Yeah, he does. Okay. Then again, so does Silver Wolf. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to take a shield, so I might as well go with the abundance one. Mr. Streamer's like, hey, Zaya, XY anime guy, welcome back. Time to save. You'll just skip Acheron. Oh, who are you going for then? Because if you skip, I'm not trying to sound like I'm trying to guilt trip you or anything here, but if you're skipping Acheron, I will say you will be missing out. So I just want to make sure that you are confident that you'll be okay with that Acheron. I assume you're probably looking at, I don't know, maybe if you like adventuring better, or if you are looking at future characters like, who did they drip market for 2.2? Robin and Boothill, or God forbid Firefly in the future. You already have MP2 Dioscuri? Okay, then there you go. Yeah. Yeah, if you're looking for a boss killing saber, then yeah, and you already have MP2 Dioscuri, you don't necessarily need the Trunk Sisters. They're cool. I would like to roll for them if I could, but yeah. I'd say you're okay. Hey Kamui, what's going on, man? You do think it's cool that they got the Pokemon artists to do work for FJ? Yeah, it's very, very cool. So one of the cool things about like old school gacha games that decide to like commission all sorts of artists to work on characters in the game. Have you read the story of Penacony AMA? Hey, welcome back, Yeffer. Only up to 2.0. Again, I think you'll remember I mentioned yesterday that I have not read 2.1 yet, and I do plan on reading through it on stream, but not until after I make a YouTube video and put it on my channel, my YouTube channel, of course, explaining why I think the Penacony story so far has been pretty mid. Let's see here. Might as well do this. Is there a reason why I wasn't using Acheron's technique? I was a little bit into it. But at the beginning, I like watching Acheron murder things. Is that a good enough reason? I forget if this dude summons ads. I think he does. so I should probably save my shit on him. Yeah. Yeah, there they are. Hey Marcos, welcome back. Saving your guarantee for Acheron was the best decision you made. You did lose the 50-50. Is it worth the... You did lose the 50-50 when going for E1 Acheron. Okay, I had a little bit of trouble understanding your comment the first time. Is it worth using the guarantee for Aventurine? If you are in the market, if you feel like you need a good sustain, in my opinion, Aventurine will be... It's actually kind of hard to say who will be better between Fushuan and Aventurine. Aventurine will definitely be very good. To me, there's no way he's not good. He and Fushuan will be the two best preservation characters in the game, obviously. At the very least, he'll definitely power creep Gepard, because he can do everything, almost everything that Gepard can, and then some. I would say, if you don't have Fushuan, and you feel like you need a good preservation character, and Aventurine is a good preservation character, or at least I predict that he will be, then yes, he's worth rolling. However, if you think if your account is already good enough where you don't really need a preservation character, you don't need a sustain, with some extra party utility that, you know, Aventurine has, then you can skip him and focus on other people. So, make a decision off that, I guess. Haven't played Star Rail in a hot minute, still holding on to Selly. Well, now's a good time to come back if you're interested. Like, where's all that crit damage coming from for Acheron? Something about, like, her ultimate, like, gives her, like, massive damage buffs, I believe. I think that's where she's getting all her damage from. Hey, Mo Legend, welcome back. I'm doing alright. As alright as I can be. JP got another round of old welfares. Hey, cool, that's good. They dropped 4 of them this time, and also Kagetora got a buff. I really need to make a video rounding up all of the buffs that JP's had recently. I think I still need to talk about. I talked about Dondo Alter and who was it? Dondo Alter and the new 4-star Pretender on stream, but I haven't actually made a video about them. I don't think I've talked about the French girls' buffs either, John and Jalter. So I suppose now is a good time now that Kagetora got a buff. Out of curiosity, what kind of buff did what is it? What kind of buff did Kagetora end up getting? Starting Star Rail story stuff? Not today. Not today. Hopefully later this week. FGO is a great game, just gatekept by the toxic community surrounding it. Ooh, that's a touchy topic. Considering one of my more recent FGO videos, huh? Ooh, it's kind of funny you mentioned that part. Toxic communities, huh? I wonder who you could be talking about. Quantum damage boost, attack percent, they're both trash. Hey, Fallout Alchemist, welcome back. You feel like there are more gacha games on screen than before? Nah, it's still the same amount. Still the same amount. Don't worry. Though there will be one more when Wuwa comes out in about a month. So can't wait to add yet another gacha game to my my quote unquote stream overlay. Let me tell you what. Like, you couldn't believe Robin's concerto effect at E1 was allowing her to deal 100,000 damage when her allies get attacked. Get attacked, or when they attack. And you can get up to 15 attacks, and if you kill before a cycle ends, Robin will deal 1.5 million damage. I'm assuming you're talking about like leaked footage. I haven't seen any myself yet, so cannot say myself. Let's see. I think I'll go with the break effect. Bra. Nice song, thank you. Is Silverwolf top meta in this game? She's still one of the best Nihility characters, if that's what you're asking, yes. And overall, one of the best characters in the game. Do I want this preservation blessing? Sure, why not? Preservation characters are also inherently better for traditional DPS characters because so far both of the premium ones have crit support. Yep. Adventuring gives your team extra crit damage against one enemy in particular, and then Fushuan gives a party-wide 12% crit rate buff. They had to do that because, MiHoYo has to make preservation characters give more utility than just shields. Because that's just how gacha, that's just how gacha games evolve. When a gacha game first comes out, usually the better characters are the characters that give you, like, that can stall enemies out, that have really good sustain, like shields and a lot of healing. Because in the beginning of gacha games, like, you don't have a lot of, like, very, like, well-leveled, like, really, like, high-level characters who can do a lot of damage. So one of your only options to survive battles in the beginning is to just survive. Either stall out the fight, and, like, whittle down enemies little by little until they finally die. Just stall them out, basically. I was about to go with something else there, but I think just stalling just adequately describes the situation there. So yeah, that's like one of your better options, because it's not like you have much other options to begin with. But as the game goes on, as people play the game more and more, and as you get more access to better gear, higher level characters, better light cones in the case of Star Rail, and just more new characters that come out after the game launches, like, eventually the meta shifts from, like, just surviving to, okay, now we can do damage now that we have access to better shit. So as the game goes on, the meta will eventually, inevitably, change from stalling or just surviving to, yeah, let's kill every motherfucker on the field before they do damage to us. So, and because of that, like, if MiHoYo keeps releasing preservation characters that only do nothing but shields, then no one's gonna roll for them, or at least, you know, gameplay wise, they're not gonna be very viable because you need characters who do more than just one thing. At least if you're like a utility or a support, which is why Gepard is fine in the beginning, but nowadays you don't really use them anymore. Like there comes a point where you stop using Gepard and instead you use other people, because Gepard for the most part only gives you shields, and like he doesn't really do anything else. Whereas Fushuan tanks for you, and she gives your team a one-time debuff immunity, right? Every time she uses her skill, and free 12% crit rate. So that's amazing. Not only that, but if you gear her right, she can replace she can be kind of your quote pseudo healer, right? Where she can replace your healer and make sure that your team doesn't take too much damage, and she just keeps regenerating herself thanks to her, you know, her passive where she gets her health back after when her HP drops below 50 HP or 50% HP. So, and then eventually needs to be just as good for people to want to roll for him, and it looks like he will be. So, hopefully he is, or hopefully he turns out that way. Very rarely don't roll the classic RPG party in any turn-based game. Tank, healer, utility, DPS. Honestly, Star Rail feels that way. Yeah. The classic the classic RPG team like you mentioned, or like you described. Though to be fair, in Star Rail you don't need both a tank and a healer. You can get away with not having a tank. And ideally, you should only really have one sustain on your team anyway. Because if you have both a tank and a healer, then you know it can get your DPS output might be a little bit lacking. I don't know what else they bring there, so might as well take that propagation thing. Sally still gets the job done. She does, to be fair. Not top, but she's still an amazing enabler. No, I disagree. Silver Wolf is still very much so top tier as far as utility characters go. And I would still say she's one of the best characters in the game, overall, too. Like, she's only marginally worse than your traditional buffers, like the Harmony trio of Bronya, Bruin May, and now as of recently, most recently Sparkle. But yeah, Silver Wolf is still very much so top tier. Maybe technically she's not top tier anymore, but like that's like saying Daniel Alter isn't top tier DPS anymore because Acheron is in the game now. It's like, okay, buddy, he's still really fucking good though. It's like, all right, dude. Dude. And Eidolon's, nope, she is E0. E0 S1, that's it. Maybe I should have used Gallagher's ult first and then hit him with the hunt thingy. That may have been for the best. Shit, don't have any more skill points. There we go. Let's see. Kagatora's first skill got buffed. Let's take this Hunt Blessing. 20% battery, and our arts buffs are now 3 turns instead of 1. Oh, thank God. Thank fucking God, dude. Let's see. I'll take the space cheese. The 20% battery is nice, I guess. Let's see. HP, speed, attack, break effect. It's not great though. Fell into another rabbit hole because you started playing PGR. Hey, hope you enjoy PGR, man. I hear nothing but good things about it lately. Hey, yo, Hayes, welcome back. Let's see. Exchange for a 2-star blessing. Exchange for a 3-star blessing. Let's do it then. I'm feeling a little risky. Let's see. When player characters are hit, damage is just is distributed among all allies. This might actually be nice for against the what is it? Against the meme boss. That is, if I had an AoE healer. But I have Gallagher. Maybe we'll take this anyway? Not sure. I think I'll be okay on that. Here's some health. Let me catch up with chat again a little bit. You think the reason Acheron's damage gets so high is the nihility buff is added as a separate calculation? You mean from her trace? Could be. Would be funny if everyone FGO lost their streak again, just like back with the Jalter Lily. I mean, at this point, no one will care though. That's the difference. Back then, we still cared about our login streaks, but nowadays, who the fuck cares? How'd you build your Gallagher? Let me show you. 4-piece Thief with 2-piece Broken Keel. And I tried to go for as much effect res and break effect wherever possible. So, effect res, break effect. Effect res, break effect. I actually gave him outgoing healing boost right here. Just in case Gallagher needs a little bit more healing capability when I actually use them. I actually don't know how good Gallagher's actual healing is. I know that his skill healing should actually be pretty solid because it's just a flat numerical value as opposed to like something that scales with a stat. So apparently that's actually supposed to be very good on him. But I still have an outgoing healing boost body piece on him anyway. We'll see how well that works. I'll let you know how good I think it is. Then again, though, because Gallagher scales off of break effect, it's not like he really needs anything else here. Like maybe you could give him like either defense percent or HP percent, because he doesn't really care about attack percent. Not really, unless you really want to run a DPS Gallagher, which I suppose you could technically. But for now, I've decided to go with a outgoing healing boost. Let's see. And of course, speed boots, because of course. And then break effect rope here, naturally. And then HP percent planar, because I prefer HP over defense percent. I mean, this planar ended up rolling a couple times at defense percent anyway, so there you go. He also has S5 what is real, because his Lycone is basically meant for him. I mean, it's got his face on it, so. So yeah, that's how my Gallagher's built. Kick him in the face. Kick that motherfucker. Let's see. Let's see how much healing he gives with how I've built him. It's probably a good way to see how much HP he gives. 3,000. Yeah, there you go. That's enough to basically full heal a DPS. That's really, really good healing. So, hey man, that's pretty fucking good if I do say so myself. And it's really nice he heals himself too. That's pretty cool. And he heals everybody else off his enhanced basic. Yeah, he's pretty fucking badass. If I do say so myself. Oh, you need to farm that light cone for him? You'll get it eventually. Because I believe you just need to clear MOC. Because you get it from MOC shop. So as long as you keep at it with the MOC, you'll be able to get all 5 copies of that light cone for him. So it's just a matter of time. Just all you need to do is just keep at it. And you'll be good. You'll be Gucci. Am I baiting with the stream title, or do I really think the story... I actually do think the story is kind of mid. It's not bad. Matter of fact, Penacony's story is better. I care more about Penacony's story much more... I care more about it than all the other stories that we've had so far. Belobog was okay. The ending boss battle for Belobog was pretty cool. Especially... But I mean, the custom song that they had, that they play when you fight Kokoli at the end. Like, I like that part the most. That was cool. But, like, Belobog overall was also pretty mid. Shenjo's story was, what the fuck is going on? Like, I just completely tuned out by the time I was, like, a third of the way through it. So I was like, yeah, whatever. This is going straight over my fucking head, so. It's like... So for what it's worth, Penacony's story is actually interesting enough for me to actually give a shit about it. Enough for me to actually commit to following it and see how the story unfolds. But even then, it's still pretty mid. Like, there's a few things that that the writers did that I'm not big fans of. And most of them have to do with Firefly. Because let's be honest with ourselves here, Firefly kind of carries the whole story. Which isn't a bad thing in and of itself, but the way the way they wrote her into the story, at least for 2.0, was I will say though, you should know this. I have not read 2.1 yet. I am hoping 2.1 changes my opinion, and people have told me it will, but somehow I doubt it. And I plan to read through 2.1 story. What do I level up here? I guess I'll level up my crit stats here. And I do plan on reading 2.1 story sometime, hopefully this week or maybe next week. It'll depend on when I make a YouTube video where I talk about why I think Penacony's story up to 2.1, not including 2.1, just up to it, is kind of mid in my opinion. So once I get that once I make that video and get it out on my YouTube channel, then I'll start 2.1 story, and so you guys can see my reaction live when that happens. Let's see this. I suppose technically we should go with Gallagher. Do 2.1 now? No, it's okay. I think I'll take my time with it. Don't worry, 2.1 isn't going anywhere. Don't you worry, it ain't going anywhere. Very nice, 4,800. Ow. Let's see, we'll sacrifice Bronya and Silverwolf, I think. There we go. Alright. There we go. They are now sucked in. Maybe I should have saved. Maybe I should save Gallagher's ultimate for after they get broken. I'm not actually sure how that would work. Bah. Alright, they're back. I think I'll actually save Bronya's, not Bronya, well, technically they're both Bronya, Silverwolf's ult for, the third break bar. There we go. Boom. There we go. This should kill. Bra, bra, bra. Alrighty. Stabby. Okay. We're going again. Both Bronyas got sucked in. Against the meme boss here, I prefer feeding my support and my utility character. The two characters I always want to leave on field are my DPS and my healer. Like, I think those two characters are the most important characters to leave on field when you're fighting this dude. Because you don't need your support, and you don't need your utility. Or, like, you don't need your... if you're running hyper carry with double support, you don't need them. You don't need them when... Or, you can afford to sacrifice them. Or if you're running Harmony and Nihility, or basically Buffer and Utility, then you can sacrifice them. You should absolutely keep your DPS and your healer. Your DPS obviously to break their prison cells. I don't know what the fuck they're called. And then your healer to make sure to heal your characters after they come out, because your characters will always come out with only half HP. And if they don't have a lot of HP, and the meme boss decides to stab them through the heart, they're gonna die. Because the meme boss, at least in MOC, I don't know how much damage he would do in like Simulated Universe, but in MOC, this motherfucker does a lot of damage. With his like super fast stab attack. Like he can easily do like, I don't know, 1500, 2000 damage, something like that. It's pretty rough. Like if he goes after like a low HP character of yours, like a DPS, or maybe even like a support character that doesn't have HP planar or whatever, then yeah, they can die very, very quickly. So you always want to have your healer out there and ready to heal as soon as they're out, so to make sure they don't die. At least in my opinion. Alright, here we go. Brrr. Let's see. Oh yeah, that's right. I've got the Hunt Blessing where if I break somebody, yeah, you can just do this. Brrr. Bra, bra, bra. Not as much damage as before. I think it's because Bronya didn't use her skill on who is it? Acheron, maybe. Die, motherfucker. Die, bitch. Let's see. Planar defense percent, yeah. Break effect, yeah. Fire damage boost, yeah. Shitty stats. Fire damage boost with crit rate might mean something, or might be something. How exactly do you min-max your account? Just got back into Star Rail, and you're still having difficulty clearing the world after Belobog. You've already maxed your Kafka, Daniel. I assume you mean your regular Daniel, not Daniel Alter. Himeko and Natasha at level 60 at max traces. Do you need to farm for relics now that you can't brute force content? If you haven't started farming for 5-star relics, yes, you probably should. My recommended progression progression path for Star Rail is something like this. You play through Star Rail until you hit TL40, because I believe TL40 is when you start you unlock the difficulty where you are guaranteed one relic one gold relic every run. I believe. I think that's how it works. Yeah, either 1 or 2 gold relics or something like that. It might be just 1, and then later world levels, higher TL levels, it should go up to 2 guaranteed gold relics per run, I believe. I think that's how it works, right? While you are on your way to TL40, though, you want to work on, like, you want to give your characters at least, like, some relics, like, for example, purple relics. Purple relics should be okay. Obviously, you don't need to care for substats too much. Just make sure the main stats make sense. Main stats, or if you get like some really goated relics that have really good substats, then you can kind of ignore like their set bonuses if their subsets are really fucking good, or if they end up rolling really well. Like if they get like a ton of crit stats or something like that, then at that point it's worth using them on their own, even if they're not part of like a set. You really need to worry about sets at that low level at the moment anyway. But once you get them like purple gear, right, purple relics, then you also want to work on their traces. Like maybe get them to like level 6 traces, I think. Before the level where you need to start using the purple tier ascension materials, or like the trace materials, like the highest tier of a trace material, I think. So like, yeah, up to like a level, like trace level 6 or something. I think that's okay. And then once you've done that and you've gotten to TL40, then I would say it's time to start farming for, or at least it's time for you to consider farming for gold relics. Because gold relics give you such a huge power boost in Star Rail, and you need that power boost in order to keep scaling with the world difficulty. And so you start farming for you want to start farming for DPS gear first, because your DPSs are highest priority. Like your supports and your sustains can survive off of like gold relics, or sorry, not gold relics, purple relics for a little bit. It's just your highest priority should be re-gearing your DPSs, because they're the ones who are going to kill enemies for you. So their gear takes priority. So you start farming for gold relics for your DPSs. And then, ideally, you try to give them proper sets as well while you're going for good crit stats and whatnot. But in the beginning, if you're just starting out, just look for any gold relics that have really good substats and then the main stats that you're looking for. Because off pieces can still work for you at this point, or at that stage of the game. I mean, technically they still do, but ideally you also want sets to go with that too, or set bonuses to go with that too. So yeah, it's either you look for off pieces with really good substats, or you try to complete their full set and at least give them main stats that make sense. And you don't really care about substats that much for now. Obviously, it's better if you do get amazing substats, but you will have time to retool or like recalibrate your characters' gear later. But for now, you just really want like plus 15 gold relics, because obviously that's a huge power boost for them. Beyond that, yeah, once you have your DPS gear, then you can start gearing like a second team, whatnot, right? Start gearing up another team's worth of characters to give yourself more options, and start thinking about challenging MOC, which is the end game for this game, or part of the end game for this game. But yeah, max character level is 80, so you said your characters are at level 60, so you should probably work on those too. And then make sure that their light cones also level up with them too, or make sure that you're also leveling up their light cones with them too. So hopefully that helps. Would full ER Welt suffice as a sustain in an Acheron team? Yeah, if you just want it to be pure utility, then sure, yeah. If you don't care about his own personal damage at all. Yeah, the more Welt spams his ult, the better his utility will be. Better, faster breaking. He breaks enemies faster, and he spams his speed debuffs more. So, yeah, why not? You finally hit the 5-star selector and Stellar Warp banner, and you're trying to decide between Welt and Bronya. Bronya is a no-brainer if you don't have her yet. If you already have Bronya but you don't have Welt, then maybe consider Welt. But if you don't have Bronya yet, then pick up Bronya first and foremost. She's the best perma character in the game. Did you say Penacony is mid-match? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Did I stutter? Don't farm relics until you can guarantee a double 5-star drop. I've heard other people say that. I don't quite agree with that one. It already takes you such a long time to level up to TL40 in the first place. I don't feel comfortable telling people to wait even longer until you can start farming, double gold relics at like TL50 or some shit. Like, at the very least, start farming gold relics at TL40 to gear out your DPS character with gold relics at the very least. Like, unless you have good enough purple gear to keep up with the game until you hit TL50, then sure, maybe. You should check out Epic 7. It's gonna have an Overlord collab soon. I heard. I don't really care about Overlord though. I don't really have much of an interest playing Epic 7 either, so I'm good. I'll probably watch like Lakari roll for Overlord characters on his stream or something. Her trace is a final 1.6x multiplier. Okay, then I would explain why then. Gallagher heals a ton with outgoing healing and a break effect. Yep, seems like it. Lily runs a DPS Gallagher. It felt like he has potential for damage. I'm not gonna lie, cause like even on my Gallagher, who's not really geared for damage, he was still able to do like 54k damage. Though most of that damage was probably coming from breaks. Yeah, but like I feel like he could have potential for a little bit of DPS. So if you wanted to run DPS Gallagher, I think you could. I think you can. Most of Gallagher's heals are only increased by skill level, and a trace that increases based on break effect. Seems like it. You have Welt's Lightcomb, but you feel like tutorial mission is better. Are you alone in this line of thinking? Tutorial mission? Hold on, let me get into the game. Let me get into this real quick first. Welt with the tutorial mission. Does it make sense on it? Increases Ware's EHR by 40. When Ware attacks defense reduced enemies, regens 8 energy. Where does Welt put a defense debuff of his own, is the question. Because as far as I'm aware, Welt can't put a defense debuff by himself, can he? Because I believe he only has speed debuffs, no? Yeah, his ult has a speed debuff. His skill has a speed debuff as well. Let's see. When using ult, there is a 100% base chance to increase damage received by targets by 12%. So he's got a damage. He's got a damage received increased debuff, if that makes any sense. But no defense debuff. This is not a defense debuff, by the way. This is because this is worded differently. If this were a defense debuff, the game would tell you. Like, just straight up, oh, it reduces their defense. But this is something different. It just says increase the amount of damage that they take. So that's not quite the same as a defense debuff. Because if it was a defense debuff, it would say something like this. Well, like on Pella, where it'll say, oh yeah, enemy's defense is reduced by however much. But that's not what it says for Welt. It's worded differently. So he does not have a defense debuff naturally or on his own. The only way he would have a defense debuff is if you give him a light cone that puts one on, like for example, Pearl or Resolution or whatever you call this light cone. There might be another Nihility light cone that also puts a defense debuff on people, other than Resolution, but this is the only one that I know so far. So no, tutorial mission would not be great on him. I mean, the extra EHR is great, but I mean, if you wanted that, you could use something else. I'm pretty sure. I don't know. I mean, you could use Eyes of the Prey if you really wanted to. He's not gonna make use of the DOT, but you know, it's there. I mean, you might as well run the 3-star Void light cone too. I mean, honestly, Pursuit isn't bad. But then again, that would make him more of a DPS if nothing else. But yeah, no, I don't. You probably shouldn't give your tutorial mission to Welt. Give it to somebody else like Pella. Gallagher is 4-star Luocha with niche, where he performs better. Oh, in specific teams where he performs better. Yeah, possibly. Yeah, thanks to his like his own debuffs and shit. Debuffs and like break focus teams. Gallagher will be the go-to healer for Sam teams. Oh yeah, that's right, because his skill doesn't scale with anything. It's just a flat amount. Yeah, perhaps. Maybe I'll try out Gallagher against Sam, and we'll see how much he heals. Gallagher's healing is, hey, you want a cold one? Yeah. Crack open a cold one with the boys and girls. Let's see. Might be a hot take, but you feel like Gallagher could be better than Luocha? We'll see, man. We'll see how he turns out. Maybe people have already been working with him and seeing how good he is, but for sure Gallagher seems to be a very good healer. An indirect one, but too much yapping for the Shenzhou chapter. Yeah, I mean, I have said this yesterday, but the Shenzhou chapter is a Chinese chapter, so it's like, as a foreigner, like maybe there's a lot of things that are just kind of going way over my head. Because I am not familiar with Chinese culture. But, you know, the way it was executed, at least from a foreigner's perspective, I was just kind of like sitting there like, what the fuck is going on? Anyways, let me catch up with the chat. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to skip a lot of chat. I think you guys were just talking about, like, Penacony story and whatnot. Let's see. Fire and Physical have really good breaks. Like, break effects? I can believe that, yeah. He needs Resolution. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Vulnerability works amazing. Yeah, because it's a separate debuff multiplier. So yeah, I would imagine it's still really, really good. Or really, really nice. Even Pella prefers Resolution to tutorial. Wow, is that so? But I like tutorial. It makes my Pella just keep spamming her ultimates, and I like that. I like that. Gallagher may end up beating Luocha straight up once break teams become more relevant. I mean, technically, you could argue they are already relevant. I mean, Ruin May exists. But yeah, once we get actual DPSs that focus more on break damage, then yeah. We may actually see the advent of break-focused teams for sure, or break DPS teams. That'd be pretty cool. Might as well take that preservation blessing if the game's gonna keep giving me preservation buffs. Fire has highest break damage multiplier. Oh, I see. I learned something new today. So yeah, it's really good that Gallagher is a fire type then, huh? Ooh. Very nice. And then physical has bleed, yeah, and then bleed DOTs I know are based off the enemy's max HP, which is really, really good. Unfortunately, I don't have enough skill points. Oh, I just noticed my music playlist ended. Might as well replay this playlist for now. Mind if I take a look at your Acheron build, but here's what you got. Yeah, sure, let me finish this run and I'll take a look at it. I may forget, so just give me a gentle reminder later, Taizia. Might as well take the destruction blessing. Too bad they can do infinite Shenjo chapters because it's like an entire fleet. Yeah, technically speaking, yeah. But yeah, hopefully future Shenjo chapters are better than what we got. So far. Does Dr. Ratio apply debuff himself? I think he has at least 2. One of them I know is from his technique, and it's only from his technique. So unfortunately, I think Dr. Ratio himself. Let's take a look. Actually, where is L plus Ratio? There he is. So yeah, he has one off his technique, which is a speed debuff. However, this is the only place where he has a speed debuff, so it's a one-time thing only. So just keep that in mind. But let's see. I believe Wise Man's Folly is considered a debuff. Because the game says it applies it. The wording makes it sound like it's a debuff, so I'm inclined to believe it is one, unless chat says that it's not. Chat probably knows that better than I do. Let's see, blah 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 blah. That's just but that's just his talent. 40% chance to throw out a follow-up attack. For each debuff enemy has, yeah, okay, but his talent itself doesn't apply a debuff anymore. So off his base kit without his bonus abilities, I think his ult puts a debuff on people. Let's take a look at his traces. His bonus abilities. First one just gives him extra stats. Second one, 100% chance to reduce target's effect res. That's another debuff. So that's one right here. So 2 so far. And then third bonus ability, when dealing damage to a target, has 3 more debuffs. Each debuff they have. Damage increases by 10 up to a maximum of 50%. Okay, so yeah, he has technically he has a total of 3 separate debuffs, but one of them is locked behind his technique, so that means you can only use it once. But on his own, he should be able to put 2. So yeah, he has 2 debuffs. Hanya's skill isn't a debuff, but it does increase damage taken. True. If that's the case, then yeah, perhaps Wise Man's Folly is not a debuff, which is why I said it might not be. Or I want to chat to double check if it was or not. So if it's not, then that means he only has 1 debuff, and that's off his skill, with a chance to reduce effect res. But he does at least have 1 that he can use at any time, as long as he has skill points. 2 if he has if he uses a technique to initiate a fight. Anyways. Let's see. Take this one. That's quite nice. Anyone know if 4-piece Pioneer Diver doubles the crit rate effect? It should, yeah. Because the wording on it says specifically the aforementioned effects plural. So it should refer to both the crit rate and crit damage buffs. Let's see, regens energy. Yeah, this is useless on Acheron. We'll take the advance forward, action forward, though. These are all kind of shit. Well, that's funny. Acheron just cannot seem to be able to hit that that canister for some reason. I know that we have the shield buff, so might as well take this for the extra crit damage. Does 4-piece Pioneer double the 2-piece effect? We just said that, KDMC, that it does, or that it should. Oops, wrong one. You're not sure? Increases crit rate by 4%. Oh no, he's talking about the 4-piece. Yeah, no, it doesn't increase the 4-piece one, or the 2-piece one. Sorry. Yeah, no, you're right. I was confusing the first part of the 4-piece set effect for the 2-piece. No, I completely forgot that the 2-piece one actually does something different. Oops. Yeah, no. When it says increase aforementioned effects, no, it doesn't apply to the 2-piece one either. No, the 2-piece one stays the same. Yeah, that's a separate line of text. Yeah, you're right. I was confusing that with I was confusing the first part of 4-piece effect with the 2-piece one. Because nobody ever talks about the 2-piece one, the 2-piece effect, because we all kind of assume that's the case. We just take it for granted. Have I not done Gold Gears? I have. I haven't actually completed it yet, though. And currently, I don't really care about Gold Gears, considering I'm trying to look for a better attack percent planar, because this one's kind of ass. And it's really, really hard on Conundrum. Yeah, fuck high-level Swarm and, what is it? Fuck high-level Swarm and, Gold Gears. Ow. Wow. My Acheron died instantly. Yeah, fuck you. Preservation blessings, and I think we'll go for the discount ticket. Ew, both Sigonia pieces, and they're both trash too. You just stole and borrowed thief gear from your Welt, getting your Gallagher to 90% break effect. Doesn't need to be higher on Gallagher if possible, though you didn't doubt you can achieve that with the gear you have right now. Just for reference, my Gallagher has... How much break effect does he have? 180%. I'm actually not sure how much break effect Gallagher wants to have. I don't know. I don't remember from his kit if there's like a certain threshold of break effect that he wants. So I'm just kind of assuming that the more he has, the better. Let's see. Well, he does... It looks like his second bonus ability does, what is it? It does, scale technically off his break effect. Let's see. Outgoing healing is increased by an amount equal to half his break effect, up to a maximum of outgoing healing increase of 75%. Up to a maximum... of 75%. So 150%, yeah. So in order to max out your Gallagher's second bonus ability, that means you're looking at 150% break effect at least, or a minimum of 150% break effect. So I suppose just for starters, as like a base point, you should try to get your Gallagher's break effect to 150. So hopefully that helps. Hey, welcome back, Truck. Going by the title, you didn't. You assume I didn't really like the 2.1 story. Haven't read 2.1 story yet. Not yet. I will hopefully do that either later this week or next week. Once I think you've heard me say this earlier, but actually, if you did, then you wouldn't be asking me this question. But I won't do 2.1 story until after I get out my video where I explain why I think Penacony story 2.0 story has been pretty mid. So once I get that video out, then I'll read through 2.1. Okay, what are we doing here? Oh yeah, so I can just spam my thingies here. And everyone's dead. Gotcha, much appreciated. Yeah, no problem. You thought 2.0 was amazing, or 2.0 was good, and 2.1 was amazing. I've been hearing good things about 2.1, at least off of Twitter. And I'm glad, for the record, I will say that I'm glad people actually are enjoying 2.1, the Penacony story so far. Because I'm only one guy, and me saying, oh, I think Penacony story is mid shouldn't change people's opinions. I'm just ranting out there and putting my opinion out there just for some extra perspective. But if the rest of the community enjoys it, then yeah, sure, that's fine. I'm not necessarily trying to rain on everybody else's parade, but I mean, if that happens, it happens. Nice, another hunt blessing. Hey, we got everything. You didn't like it much, but it was just the way they told it. I mean, the fact that Genshin and Star Rail are 3D games, right? And they tell most of their stories through like 3D, like basically their stock animations and shit like that. Yeah, the storytelling is already very stilted. I've mentioned this before, but after having read through the story, or dealt with the story, I should say more accurately, of Genshin Impact for the past 3 years, like the whole novelty of like, oh, a gacha game is using 3D assets and 3D models to tell their story, like that got old like fucking 6 months in for me, like 6 months to a year for old for me. So, like, the fact that I now know I have to deal with that shit again for Star Rail for God knows how many more years is, like fucking Resident Sleeper, bro. Holy fuck. Like, we're going through this shit again? Like, I don't blame them. This is how they've designed their game, clearly. But, like, oh my god, dude. Like, at least with the way MiHoYo currently does their 3D model storytelling, it's, I don't really much care for it, man. Like, I much prefer the whole, like, visual novel storytelling style that most other gacha games have. Like, I'm sure there is a way to make 3D storytelling actually good, but for 3D storytelling to get to that level, like, devs need to put in the effort to actually make the story interesting. And from a modeling perspective, that would have to start with giving characters like actual fucking different kinds of facial expressions, like in story. Which, at least for Genshin, they don't bother doing. Maybe for Star Rail they actually do, because I know in Star Rail, I think one of the casual features is that like you can like all the characters have like different like facial expressions or whatever. So like they could those different kinds of facial expressions are already in the game. So that means that MiHoYo can actually use them as part of storytelling. It shouldn't be that hard. I don't know if they do, but it should be possible. And hopefully they do. I haven't paid enough attention to know if they do or not. And also, Truck, I would appreciate it if you didn't get into any spoiler territory. I know technically it's not spoiler territory, but I prefer if you didn't talk about it at all. Penacony story isn't mid. I haven't read 2.1 yet, so I can't speak for that yet, but 2.0 was mid, in my opinion. If you enjoyed it, cool. I didn't really. I thought it was just okay. You think it's possible for Star Rail and Echo to have a collab? Possible, but I won't believe it until I see it. Until we have official confirmation of that shit happening. But it is possible. Just a very low chance. Dealt with is the best way to describe it. Yeah, seriously. No fucking kidding, man. No fucking kidding. Let's go beat the shit out of the meme boss again. Genshin is getting creative with the visual storytelling. I mean, they have to. But to me, I don't see it that way. Like, quote unquote visual storytelling, that the visual storytelling that you're talking about in Genshin basically boils down to how creatively can they use their camera angles. But whenever they do that, for someone like me, I see that I'm like, wow. I'm like, oh yeah, here we go. They don't have enough stock animations to use, so they gotta use different camera angles to hide the fact that they don't have enough stock animations to use. So I don't see it that way. I don't consider it creative. Actually, no, technically I would agree that it is creative, but I don't appreciate why they're doing it. So for me, I don't care. I don't care that's creative. Because all it does is remind me how shitty, how limited their animation library is. So until they expand their actual library of animations, or the inventory of animations, that doesn't really do anything for me personally. So it's like, whatever, bro. So animated storytelling, not just 3D. No, like regular anime can tell stories very well, obviously. But here's the thing: when you're talking about like quote regular animes, like they're hand animated, right? Like the cutscenes in the hand animated cutscenes in Genshin and Star Rail, for that matter, those are excellent, right? Because and the reason why is because the devs actually had to take the time to give everybody, like, to animate the scene in exactly the way they want to, right? They're not using stock animations. Like, they're literally making the animation scenes themselves. That's why they're so good. But the problem is that we only get those cutscenes, those hand animated cutscenes, like fucking once every fucking chapter or some shit. Like once or twice, maybe 3 times if we're lucky. I know that in Genshin anyway, I believe most character story quests, most of the 5-star, if not all the 5-star story quests, should have at least one hand animated scene. And that's nice and all. But overall, they're only like maybe 10%, maybe 15% of the overall animation, or overall, sorry, not animation, storytelling capacity of the entire game. So it's like, outside of those animated cutscenes, like, everything else is just stock animations, which means that fucking 3 or 4 years of that shit in Genshin's history just kind of gets boring after a while. Especially because you can't skip that shit either. Still better than having the same illustration stare at you while you read walls of text? No, I disagree. It's not the same illustration. Because with the visual novel style of storytelling, right? Because they don't have animations usually to rely on to carry to convey their story. What they have to do is come up with different character expressions, which is something that Genshin and Star Rail don't have. Maybe Star Rail does, but Genshin certainly doesn't. And because of that, you can be very imaginative with what the characters look like in during key points of the story. Right? Like, I mean, we can take FGO for example with all the character expression sheets that they do for all the servants in that game. And so seeing character reactions to what's going on in the story, that tells a lot, that carries a lot of the story too. So no, I disagree. It's not just staring at the same illustration. If you think it's the same if you think they're all just the same illustration, then I don't know how many visual novels you've read. Maybe you have read a ton, actually, and you just don't prefer that style. You just prefer 3D, the 3D way of storytelling, which I suppose that's at that point that's just a difference of opinion. But I don't quite agree with you saying it's all just the same illustration. It doesn't matter, bro. Did you roll Sparkle, Ruin May, or Fushuan? Haven't been here in a while, so I'm not sure. If you're asking me or Edify, yes, I have all of them. Maybe an FGO and Blue Archive, but Arknights, it's a problem. Arknights, well, if Arknights doesn't have that, then yeah, I agree that's a problem. If Arknights doesn't do that for whatever reason, then maybe they should. I can't defend them in that case, then yeah. I haven't read enough of Arknight's story to know how they do their storytelling. But if they don't do that, then yeah, I agree. Then in my opinion, that would mean that I have just by principle, I would have a problem with their way of storytelling. Because yeah, character expressions hard carry the storytelling ability of visual novels. Like, if you don't give your character sprites like different facial expressions, then like what the fuck are you even doing? So yeah, I suppose I would have to agree with you there. Hey, two, who's better, E0 Selly, Acheron, or Jinglu? E0 Acheron is the best if you have her gacha light cone. If light cones are not, if you're not considering light cones, then probably Jinglu. Arknights have texts of lore. I mean, yeah, it does, but so does every other gacha game. Like, it's not that hard coming up with interesting lore for a gacha game. Like, that part is not hard. Like, world building it should not be hard. The hard part of storytelling is actually making the story interesting, giving characters interesting dialogue, making like the major plot points of a story like engaging and gripping. But like lore, like anybody can do that. Really depends on personal taste, yeah. Which is what I said earlier. At the end of the day, it would appear that our preferences in storytelling are different. So, I suppose all we can say is just we can only agree to disagree. At least you've taken the time to explain your standing, so I have a better idea of like what your preferences are. So I appreciate that, obviously. But yeah, it seems we just have a difference of opinion then. It's just that because I don't like how MiHoYo does their storytelling in both Genshin and Star Rail, for the most part. Yeah, and I've had to deal with fucking 3 years of Genshin and no skip button. Yeah, I have some, my opinion on this matter has become very strong. Vitriolic almost. Perhaps vitriolic is too strong of a word, but let's just say I've got some very strong opinions on the matter. Gotta go. All right, Ken. Thanks for hanging out, man. Appreciate you stopping by. But yeah, we'll catch you later. Okay, what are we doing here? We can just use a basic here. Yeah. Hey, Astrofigure, welcome back. How are you doing? Damn, she did 600,000 damage right there. Damn. Let's see. Yeah, we sacrifice our Bronyas first. Fan base also ain't it for me. I mean, every community you join has a toxic fan base to varying degrees. I'm sure there are communities out there that are better than others, but with games that with like Honkai, with Star Rail and Genshin being as big as they are, it's like, yeah, of course they're gonna have shitty player bases. Like, what did you expect? So like, if you're kind of bothered by that, then like, I don't know what to tell you. Alright, here we go. I'm sorry, did you say you love Paimon? A lot of people adore Paimon, man. I don't, like, obviously for us it feels a little strange because obviously for us Paimon is fucking annoying. But plenty of people like Paimon, man. Like, normally for gacha games, it's a good idea to give the player like some sort of main companion who's always there for you. It's just that for Genshin, they decided to make that companion Paimon, who is irritating at best and fucking downright annoying, and makes you want to punt her across the map, punt her across Teyvat, at worst. So yeah, I would not agree that she's, how do I say this? I can tolerate her. Let's just put it that way. At least Paimon has her moments too. But yeah, no. She's not to my tastes personally. I think there have been other better companion characters in other gacha games. But I mean, if you like Paimon, that's on you. I mean, you know, all power to you. I actually kind of wonder if it's worth me using Acheron's ult now. Oh, right, we can just break everybody with Gallagher first. Boom, boom, break, break. There we go. Actually, maybe I should have used Bronyas and who is it? Bronyas and, well, both the Bronyas ults first before using Gallagher's ultimate, but whatever. It is what it is. All right, now we can rock and roll. Hell yeah, 600k. Get fucked, asshole. Alright, we're doing this shit again. The meme is staring at me. Kill him! On it, boss. We're killing this motherfucker so hard you don't even know. Actually, Maybe we can try doing this. We can try popping Acheron's ult now. See how much damage we do to this motherfucker. 400k, and then we spam both of our Hunt Blessings. Let's see if this is enough to kill. Ooh, barely not. Oh, he's dead now. Fuck you. It's kind of a shame FGO doesn't have voice story. Yeah, because that's a symptom of old school gacha games. Old school gacha games did not voice their story. Yeah. Like, even, like, no gacha game can truly, like, fully voice their story, because if you have a story that's any decent, it's going to be long. So they can't possibly, like, voice everything. As good as that, as nice as that would be. It's just not possible. Because it would just cost too much in terms of like hiring voice actors, and then, you know, making sure like giving them a contract that would be acceptable by their terms, right? Because remember, voice actors and actresses are very busy people, especially the Japanese ones. And so their time is extremely valuable, because, you know, they have to go to, like, they not only do they have to voice act, but they have to voice act for God knows how many like different sorts of gacha games, animes, whatever side projects they have, blah blah blah, whatever. And they have, sometimes they're contracted by their agencies, if they have an agency that's representing them. Maybe they have to go, like, participate in, like, a live event to promote, you know, a game or whatever. You guys know they do that a lot of the time. Yada 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 whatever. So, like, they just simply don't have the time either. Unless, I guess, now that we have AI, and I know a lot of people have very strong opinions on AI, so I'm just throwing this out there as an idea, so don't shoot me in the face just for me being the messenger here. But, like, we could get to a point where if voice actors and actresses agree to it, I don't know how many would. I would assume most of them would not, but maybe a voice actor or actress could consider, like, licensing their own voice to, like, an AI that's controlled by a company, so that way it's like it's like within the company itself, so it's not like in private hands, obviously. Not that, you know, it would matter, because people could probably make AI voices of voice artists themselves anyway. But at the very least, they can at least have behold that to a company, if that's the right way to say that. And, like, they just license their own AI voice out to, like, developers who pay them to use their AI voice, and they can use their AI voices to include it in their own game, so that way it's basically like, you know, oh, I'm not even doing anything, I'm still making money, right? But again, I don't know how much voice artists are really a fan of that. I would imagine most people don't like that idea, or most voice artists are not a fan of that idea. But I don't know, times could change. But until something like that happens, until we get, like, a social, like a cultural / societal shift towards that direction, yeah, like, voice artists simply don't have the time to, like, fully commit to one game. Like, you would have to pay them out the fucking ass to have them commit to a single game like that. So, again, I don't know. Hoyoverse fanbase attacking straight shippers is super odd to you? That's not odd to me. I've seen that shit happen all the fucking time over the internet. Like, if you think the Hoyoverse community is the only ones guilty of harassing people on Twitter or on other social media platforms for promoting straight relationships or, like, straight ships, then you just haven't been around the internet for long enough, I guess. That shit happens all the time. Like, shit, bro, we... actually, no, you said Hoyoverse, so that includes Genshin, too, I would assume. Maybe you are referring to Genshin specifically anyway. But no, that's happened outside of Hoyoverse for years. Would it surprise you to know that people have been shitty for years, even before the advent of social media? As a mid-level player for Star Rail, how many teams should you build before you stop or slow down? Do you have overlapping characters for teams like Bronya or Sparkle? You should always work towards 2 teams. Because, you know, you need at least 2 teams for MOC. So, at the very least, 2 teams. My recommendation would be 2 sustains, so 2 healers. Remember that now the game gives you 2 free healers in the form of Lynx and Natasha. And if for whatever reason you feel like you need another, remember that we're gonna get a free. I think we already do have the event that gives you the 4-star ticket, the 4-star pick a 4-star ticket or whatever, that you can pick Gallagher from too, and Gallagher's a healer, so that's an option. But you should always work towards 2 teams as a mid-level player, like, because you want to work. Eventually, you want to work towards completing MOC, or like being able to challenge MOC, because that's up to what, 720 jades or however much MOC and like Pure Fiction gives you. So, actually, now that we have Pure Fiction, you might need like 3 different teams actually, because for Pure Fiction, ideally you want to have an AOE, whereas for MOC you want single targets and destruction and single targets and splash damage characters. So you might actually need 3 now that I think about it, or even 4 depending on who your DPSs are. So I suppose we'll see, but at least 2. At least 2. What do I think of Aventurine? Do I think he'll be better than Fushua? I think that Aventurine will be very good. I predict that he will be our best, one of our 2 best preservation characters. Obviously, him and Fushua. I mean, Fushua. What is this? Honkai Impact? Fushuen. There we go. But I mean, that's kind of natural because there are only 2 premium gacha 5-star preservation characters. So it's like, okay, what did you expect? However, I don't think he'll replace Fushuen. Fushuen and Aventurine, I think, have different roles. I mean, hell, you could even use them on the same team together, I'm pretty sure. If you really wanted to. Not that you would need to. I think that would be kind of overkill. Unless you want to run DPS Aventurine. Now, that'd be interesting. And I think that's possible, too. Because I think his follow-up attack should do quite a bit of damage. I mean, most follow-up attacks do, anyway. But I don't think they'll replace each other necessarily. It's just that if you do have Fushuen and you roll Aventurine, then there might be a chance that you might actually end up replacing Fushuen with Aventurine. But technically speaking, I don't think their kits really overlap. Their capabilities are different enough where I don't think they'll like replace one another. Like you'll find reasons to use Fushuen and you'll find reasons to use Aventurine. So yeah. I mean, ideally, if you're big fans of both, you can just run one preservation character on, you know, both teams for MOC. That'd be cool. And that'd be pretty cool. Yeah, that'd be pretty nice. But I don't think they'll like kind of step on each other on each other's toes necessarily. They're both gonna be very good. I mean, we already know Fushuen is very good, extremely good, in fact. And I think that Aventurine has what it takes to get to Fushuen's level. I think they will be interchangeable. Because since they do different things, if you have access to both of them, that means that you have options where, if you're up against a single target boss, right? And your team needs extra crit damage, and well, okay, use Aventurine. If you're up against any other situation, like if you just need a general sustained preservation character, and your team needs more crit rate, then well, guess what? You have Fushuen. So, I think that they'll both be very good. And it's better to have both of them than one or the other, obviously. I don't think we'll see a situation where like Aventurine replaces Fushuan or vice versa. So hopefully he turns out to be good. And I think he will be. He used Gallagher because he has an AoE MP. I almost said AoE MP. AoE. Oh yeah, hell yeah. Can break a lot of people too. Maybe even DPS Fushuan. Hey, I built my Fushuan as DPS. Take a look at my Fushuan, bro. Me being the absolute mad lad that I am, bro. Look at my Fushuan. She's got technically 60% crit rate because of her, thanks to her 12% crit rate. And I gave her a crit damage body piece. So now she has 163 CRCD. So yeah, my Fushuan's DPS. Though obviously this is not the ideal way to build her, especially because my Fushuan is barely E0. I think it may be at yeah, E6 she turns into a DPS because I think she gets more ultimate damage, which is exactly what she needs. But yeah, until then. Did I actually think story was mid? 2.0 story was mid, yes, in my opinion. Haven't read 2.1 yet, so can't speak for it right now, but I'm not really expecting much from it. I did see on Twitter so far that most people really enjoyed it, and good for them. If you enjoy Penacony's story so far, then that's cool. I'm not trying to like, well, I mean, obviously this is obvious. My stream title is obviously a kind of a bait, because I would be lying to say if it wasn't. But at the same time, my intention is not to like piss people off, just to bait people. And if you enjoy Penacony's story, that's fine. I'm not trying to shit on your opinion for that. It's just that, to me, Penacony's story was okay. Wasn't anything special so far. That being said, I'll explain this. I'll elaborate on this further in a separate YouTube video where I explain why I think Penacony's story is mid so far, at least up to 2.1, not include 2.1. So just 2.0 for now. Even though I do think Penacony's story is mid so far, it is still the best story that I think I've seen Hoyoverse or MiHoYo write between Genshin and Star Rail. Like, for what it's worth, it's still the most enjoyable one so far. It's just that I still think it's mid. So, you know, take your W's wherever you can, I guess. Does Fushuan need her Lycon? Not really, no. Let me check her Lycon real quick. Increases max HP. That's cool. Because she scales off max HP, yeah. And energy regen rate, that's nice. When HP is reduced, all allies damage dealt increases by this much, lasts for 2 turns. So that's nice little damage buff. At the start of every wave, restores HP's allies by 80% respective to lost HP. Actually, I will say this. Fushuan's Light Cone is very broken for solo Fushuan sustain. If you have a Light Cone, this means that you are capable. This unlocks the ability for you to comfortably run Fushuan solo sustain, as in Fushuan is your only sustain. You don't have a separate healer. Because remember that the last effect of her Light Cone, what this does is, for example, in MOC, right? When you move, because in MOC, typically you have like 2-3 waves of enemies, right? This means that whatever damage your allies take, right, when they're fighting one wave, as soon as you beat it, your entire team gets most of the health back, and you do it all over again. So this Light Cone, it fully enables solo Fushuan sustain. So in that sense, this Light Cone is absurdly broken, because that means that you can now afford to run either double DPS or hyper carry, or in other words, solo DPS, and you can stack two supporters, or two harmony buffers, or one harmony and then one nihility utility or debuffer, like, I don't know, Silverwolf. And obviously that will increase your team's damage output by a hilarious amount. So in that sense, this Light Cone is actually fucking busted. because it eliminates the need for if you build Fushuan right for a separate healer. Because Fushuan essentially is your healer, you just need to beat the wave, which most of the time you will, or most of the time you should. However, besides that, it's not necessary, because you can always run, for example, remember that we now have the Texture of Memories light cone that's free from Simulated Universe. This one's pretty good too. Or this one's actually really, really good. Considering, 1, it's free, 2, it's a 5-star, so it's probably got good stats, probably. Hopefully it does. And it scales off of max HP. When remember, most preservation light cones scale off of defense, which I mean, Fushuan can use defense, but she specifically scales off of HP. So it's like, if possible, right, you'd prefer her light cone to give her something HP related. So yes, while her light cone is absurdly busted, now that I think about it, Fushuan has it better than other characters than, say, like Acheron for now, where at least she has a very good free-to-play option in the form of Texture Memories. And it's not like you're going to use this on any other preservation character at the moment anyway, so she has this all to herself, basically. So there's no opportunity cost here for giving Fushuan Texture Memories. So it's like, yes, yes, ideally you should give Fushuan her gacha light cone, but it's not the end of the world as it might be with like somebody like Acheron if she doesn't have it. Like, you can still work with it. It's just that having her gacha light cone just unlocks a whole new strategy for you that yeah, that would be very helpful for a lot of players. So just keep that in mind, I suppose. Is Gepard not good? He's good for early game. The problem is that Gepard's problem is that he only gives your team shields, and that's pretty much it. Where's my Gepard? There he is. Yeah, the problem with Gepard is that he doesn't have utility. The only utility that he has, the only utility that he has are, let's see, his freeze from his skill. Because his skill has a chance to freeze. Which arguably is not that good until you get into E1, and even then it's only a base 100% chance to freeze. And so if enemies have high effect res, then good luck trying to freeze them. And aside from that and his shields, the only other utility you're gonna see from him is whatever ornament, 2-piece ornaments that you give him. Like if you want to run your Gepard with, like, I don't know, 2-piece fleet, for example, where that way he gives some extra attack percent to his team, or I don't know, you give him 2-piece broken keel, so that way once he has 30% effect res or higher, he gets 10% extra crit damage or something like that. Like, those are his only 2 pieces of utility, or 3, sorry, his shields, his occasional freeze, which isn't even guaranteed against high level bosses, and then whatever his 2-piece ornament set is. Gepard is excellent early game because, as I explained earlier, at the start of gacha games, when your accounts are new and thus you don't have a lot of options, right? You don't have a lot of good DPSs to kill enemies with. One of the best tactics is just to survive, just to stall out fights and slowly whittle down enemies, and so that they die before you do. And Gepard is perfect for that because his shields stall out fights super hard, right? But as the game goes on, as the game gets harder, right, as enemies get stronger and do much more damage, and like you have to deal with MOC where there's a time limit, yeah, Gepard kind of falls off really hard because he doesn't give your team anything else other than shields and like the little bit of utility that you'll get from like freezing somebody for 1 turn, or whatever his ornament set is. But alone, like, just those things alone aren't enough. Like, you're gonna feel like you need more like utility out of characters than just that. Not only that, but in Star Rail, you only have 4 characters per team. right? So that means that and it's not like, this game is not like FGO or other games where you have like backup characters to replace characters who like die in combat, right? Who might die in combat. The 4 characters you have, like, that's all you get for a battle. If they die, there's no replacing them. Which that means that in a game like Star Rail, every character must pull their weight. They have to, otherwise your team dies. Because as soon as you lose one character on your team in Star Rail, oh, that's it. Like, that's fucking it. It's so fucking over. Like, unless you can end the fight within like a couple of turns, right? Or if the rest of your team can still kind of keep going, even without that one character dying. Like, most of the time, every character is so important on your team that if you even lose one, you're done. Gotta restart. So because Star Rail is that sort of game, because this game works like that, every character has to pull their own weight. They have to have as much utility as possible. Every character needs to be worth running. If not, then sorry, you're out. And we're replacing you with somebody else. And at the moment, unless they decide to buff Gepard so that way he has other utility options, or that way he has other pieces of utility, and so far MiHoYo has not buffed anybody post-release. Yeah, no. Like, he does fall off, like, past, like, mid-game or something. Did you pull E2 Acheron yet? No. Honestly, I don't feel the need to anymore. Ugh. Acheron is mid. You are factually incorrect. That was my Acheron pulling session. Overall, pretty good. I had to go to soft pity for E0 Acheron, but I did get her light cone very early, so balanced out for the most part. Aventure's power creep? Actually, yes. Technically speaking, yes, if you want to talk about power creep. How good is his light cone? It's pretty good. Considering if you want to use it on Gepard himself, it does give him the ability to increase the chance of him getting hit instead of your characters. So his light cone does turn him into a proper tank. It's specifically a taunt tank. It's not guaranteed, but it still helps. But other than that, Sam did really good against, or not Sam, Gepard did really good for you against Sam. I'm sure there will be fights in the future where Gepard will still shine. Yes, I do agree with that. Does that mean that he's, does that change the fact that, you know, he's still not as useful as, say, like, Aventuring coming up? No. Aventuring will still be far more useful from, like, a utility perspective than Gepard. But that doesn't mean that Gepard still doesn't have his moments to shine. And I'm sure he works very well, because if he has shields, then yeah, he protects your team. And actually, I have noticed now that we have Acheron, because Acheron is so fucking busted, if you have Acheron plus her light cone and you use her to clear out the first half of MOC 12, for example, like, she fucking murders the first half of MOC 12 so fast that she actually gives you time to afford running Gepard, actually. So, honestly, indirectly, Acheron might actually be a buff for Gepard, because she actually gives your team, your second team with Gepard, time to stall out the fight against Sam, enough where you can actually survive it, survive his, like, his flame field section comfortably. So I would not actually, I actually wouldn't be surprised if that's the case. But again, that doesn't mean that, you know, that doesn't change the fact that Aventuring is far more useful than Gepard is overall. Or at least it should be. Or at least he should be. Yeah. Aventuring has Gepard's ult on his skill. True. Power creep. Power creep. Wee woo, wee woo. Twitch kind of lagged, but what team did I use for Pure Fiction 4? Oh, the Pure Fiction reset? I actually haven't done that yet. I'm going to get to that. Actually, let's do that after I take a look at Taejia's Star Rail account, yeah. Let me make sure to pull up, just make sure to pull up Taezia's account here. Right here. I think you said, Taezia, you wanted me to take a look at your Acheron, I think. Just confirm in chat for me that your Acheron was who you wanted me to look at. Your E2S1, yes, okay, I'll keep that in mind. But only viable sport is Bronya at the moment. You think it's better to run Pella, Bronya, Gallagher, or Pella Swan? Acheron, Pella, Bronya, Gallagher, or Acheron, Pella, Black Swan. I'll go with Bronya. Yeah, I think I'll go with Bronya. Simply because if you're able to speed tune Acheron and Bronya, so that Acheron goes first before Bronya, that means you can do Acheron, Bronya, Acheron loops, and so that way Acheron gets her ultimate up a lot faster. It'll be a very skill point intensive team. But between Gallagher and who is it, Pella, I think you should be broadly fine. So I would vouch for Bronya, first and foremost. Yeah. I think, in my opinion, I think Pella should be the replaceable one because both Pella and Black Swan have a defense debuff. And while obviously, yeah, the more defense debuffs you can put on an enemy, the better. Ultimately, in my opinion, Pella and Black Swan are the two characters that are interchangeable there. Like, I don't think that it's absolutely necessary for you to have to run double Nihility teammate for Acheron, even at E0. I mean, hell, you say you have an E2 Acheron, so yeah, you don't need to run double Nihility at all. Because you're already getting the maximum Nihility bonus, Nihility trace bonus from having just one Nihility character or one Nihility teammate. So yeah, I would say Bronya is your preferred character there, and you just replace either Pella or Black Swan, depending on who you're up against. Like if you're fighting ice enemies who are weak to ice, then bring Pella. If you're fighting enemies who are weak to wind, bring Black Swan. So hopefully that helps. If you lose enough 50-50s, Gepard also gives Team Effectors only 20% though. I mean, it's decent, but yeah. Robin waiting room. I'm hearing good things about Robin, yeah. But Pella lightens the skill point load, right? That is true, yeah. Because it's not like Pella needs to use her skill. So technically speaking, yes. And I believe for Black Swan, she only has her defense debuff tied to her. It's only tied to her skill, so she always has to use her skill. Technically speaking, if the defense debuff on Black Swan, actually, let me check my Black Swan and see if Black Swan's defense debuff lasts for more than 3 turns, or more than 1 turn. Let's see. Yeah, it does last for 3 turns, yeah. So, I mean, technically speaking, because Black Swan's defense debuff lasts for 3 turns, assuming they don't stack, and it doesn't say that they do, yeah, Black Swan is technically a skill point positive character too. So yeah, both Pella and Black Swan can very much so be played skill point positively. Yeah, 3 turns, so yeah, no need to worry about that. Would Sparkle be a better pick than Bronya for the Acheron, Pella, Bronya, Gallagher team? Because it'll help with skill points. Would Sparkle be better than Bronya for the extra skill points? In that case, then I think you would ideally want to stack, give Acheron attack percent boots and then speed tune Sparkle, so that way she just pulls up Acheron's turn immediately, and you can afford to run Acheron with attack boots instead of speed. But if you can do that, then yeah, that team is absolutely viable. Would running Resolution as sweat Resolution on Black Swan be a good idea if you're swapping out Pella? Well, Black Swan already has a defense debuff. Like, I suppose if Resolution still puts its own defense debuff onto enemies anyway, then sure, yeah. Because at the very least, that means that because if Black Swan runs Resolution, then that means that every attack that she does has the potential, has a chance to put another defense debuff on enemies. It's just that it would need to stack, and I assume it does stack, because it's a separate defense debuff. And it's coming from another source. So, I mean, yeah, you could. I don't see what's wrong with it. I mean, only thing wrong... yeah, actually, no. It should be okay. Actually, is the defense debuff on Resolution... is it a fixed rate or is it a base chance? Because if it's a base chance, then that's amazing. Because obviously with Black Swan, ideally you want to run her with very high EHR anyway. Thanks to one of her bonus abilities. Where's my Black Swan? Here she is. Resolution. No, it's a base chance. Okay, then yeah, that's amazing for her. Yeah, that's fucking amazing. Because, like, ideally your Black Swan wants to have really high EHR. So it's like, oh, what's that? Your Black Swan has 120 EHR? Okay, that's a guarantee. That's almost that's basically a guaranteed chance that you're putting this fucking defense buff on her. So, get fucked. Yeah, 60-100% from S1 to S5. Have I played Dawson in Arknights? No, not yet. I'll get around to doing it off stream later this week. Guess you'll swap your Pella with Black Swan for Acheron team. Well, keep around Pella just in case. Just in case you're up against enemies who are weak to ice. It's nice having both anyway, just for having options. Are we doing account reviews? I can do account reviews. I'm doing one right now because one of my Twitch viewers asked. But if you want me to take a look at your account, I can. Just a little bit later though, because I want to go do Pure Fiction right after this. Maybe I'll do like a Star Rail stream where I do nothing but look at viewer accounts all day. Yeah, maybe I'll do one of those kinds of streams later this week. I like looking at people's accounts. See what other people have. Anyways, so Taizu, you wanted me to take a look at your Acheron, okay. E0, 6, 9, 9, 10, 10, okay. Make sure, I assume you're gonna get her skill. I assume this is her skill. To max level. E0, S1, very good. 3,300 HP. That's actually more HP than my Acheron has. 3,200 attack. Let me actually compare that to my own Acheron. How much attack does my Acheron have? 3,500. Okay, so I'm assuming you're missing a couple of attack stats here and there. Defense or whatever. Who cares? 126 speed. So you're probably running speed boots, but you didn't roll speed anywhere else. That's fine. Not like my Acheron is much faster anyway. I think she only has like 132. Let's see. Here's the real important shit. Crit rate 48. Okay. 48, 213. I'm gonna compare that to my own Acheron, who has 46, 220. Okay, so our Acherons have very comparable stats actually. That's pretty cool. Let's see. A little bit of break effect. That's fine. Zero energy recharge. Again, that doesn't matter for her, so who cares? A little bit of effect res. Okay, who cares? Lightning damage boost. Just making sure that we have the same lightning damage boost. Oh, you're running lightning damage planar. I would recommend you change this to attack percent, I believe. Unless I'm wrong about this, which I'm pretty sure I'm not. The reason why you want to change your planar to attack percent, unless you already know this, unless you're already aware of this and you're still looking for a decent attack percent in set planar. But yeah, in case you're not aware, you actually don't want lightning damage boost because in Star Rail, elemental damage boosts are the same thing as regular damage boosts. The game treats them the same. So Acheron already gives herself a ton of damage boosts from, I think, her own ultimate, and just throughout the rest of her kit too. Because for example, she should get a couple of lightning damage bonuses from her traces right here. So ideally, Acheron wants attack buffs. She wants nothing but attack buffs. I mean, she'll take a damage buff here and there, but I believe she scales harder with attack. So ideally, you want to give her an attack percent planar instead of lightning damage boost. Like maybe you can get away with lightning damage boost if it rolls an attack percent substat and like it rolls a ton into attack percent. Maybe that might work. But yeah, ideally, like in most circumstances, I think you would prefer attack percent planar instead. And hey, Sick334, how's it going, man? Thanks so much for the 47-month resub. Welcome back. Your opinion is different than mine? How dare you? Let me talk to your manager. Her ult gives a ridiculous damage boost to 3 turns after use. Yeah, exactly. It's kind of whatever though, or just use whatever planar has better subsets. I suppose we can go with that, yeah. But like, if you find an attack percent planar that has amazing substats or like good enough substats for you, then yeah, definitely use that over. Definitely try to use that over a thunder damage bonus or a lightning damage bonus rather. Let's see, what else? 4-piece Pioneer, 2-piece Izuma Gensei, yeah. Everything else looks fine. So, the only thing I would recommend you change is just change your planar to attack percent. But if you're having trouble finding another good planar, then yeah, don't worry about it. This should still work fine for you. So yeah, should be about it. How much attack would be good for Acheron? Well, as you can see here, my Acheron has 3,500 attack. I noticed that your Acheron only had 3,200, I believe. Let me see where my Acheron is getting her attack stats from. Let's see here. She has a little bit of flat attack there, but obviously, who cares? She has a little bit of attack percent from her boots. None here. Well, she does have attack percent planar. Your Acheron should too, right? Yeah, your rope is attack percent, because again, like, what else is she gonna use? And then, oh right, it's because the difference between our attack is because you're running you're running lightning damage boost. Let me pull up your thingy again. You're running lightning damage boost, whereas my Acheron is running attack percent planar. Right here. So that would explain the difference in our attack rating for attack ratings for Acherons. This is the Star Rail version of Rate My Support List. Honestly, it's much easier to do it for the Hoyoverse games because unlike fucking FGO, I can if people give me their UIDs, I can just pop them into a third-party website and it'll pull up their account information immediately. Like, I don't have to do whatever the fuck, like, for example, K-Droth or Mist have to do, where, like, they need people to, like, fucking make, like, imager folders or files or whatever, and, like, take snapshots and, like, send them through, like, Discord or some shit, just so that we can take a look at their accounts in their entirety. I mean, better yet, for Genshin, I can just pop in somebody's UID in-game into, like, the friend search engine, the friend search engine, and I can see their characters straight up in-game. No need for a website. Yeah, people talk about Genshin could never? Yeah, more like FGO could never. Fuck FGO. Yes, that's why leaks are so easy. Well, I wouldn't think that's why people always leak everything. People mainly leak shit because MiHoYo, for whatever reason, thinks that having public beta test clients that anybody can join was okay. Like, that shit is stupid. What characters use Aqua Favonia? Only Bennett, Naruto. Only Bennett. Because if you didn't know already, Bennett's ultimate, the attack boost that his ultimate gives, scales specifically off a character's base attack rating, or base attack stat. And the only way to change a character's base attack stat is their own level, their own like base stats that they get just from level ups, and whatever weapon they're using, the base attack that their weapon gives them. Aqua Favonia has the highest base attack rating out of all the swords in the game at 674, I believe. And so you want, if you want to give him the highest attack boost possible, you give him Aqua Favonia. That being said, though, I hope your Bennett has really, really high ER though, because ideally, if you don't think your Bennett has good enough ER or a good enough energy recharge, then it's better if you just run something like Favonius Sword, or hell, even something like Sack Sword on him instead. But if you care about that attack boost, then give him Aqua Favonia technically. But really only him. Like Favonius, Aqua Favonia only has like what? It has physical damage boost main stat, and like who the fuck runs physical in Genshin in 2024? Like if you're a Eula main, sure, but Eula doesn't even use a one-hander. She uses a claymore or a two-hander. Can Eugene use it? No, it's more or less useless on her, I think. I mean, I can check what Aqua Favonia's fucking, like, passive is. Like, for what that's worth. Attack is increased by 20%. Okay, that's good. When the user takes damage, it regens 100 HP equal to 100% of their attack, and deals 200% attack as damage to surrounding opponents, but it can only occur once every 50 seconds. And you have better options for Jean. If you have a copy of, for example, Skyward Sword, which is I think what my Jean is using, like Skyward Sword is much better as a support sword for her than Aqua Favonia is. So no, unfortunately, Aqua Favonia is only really used for Bennett, and just kind of like whatever for everybody else. Please understand, small indie company. I mean, to be honest with you, they are. FGO 1 was so bad, they made FGO 2 with a different developer. True. True. Actually fucking true. Actually fucking true. Actually true. Alright, let's go brutally murder Pure Fiction. It's funny because Aqua Favonia is Jean's signature, but it's mid on her. Yeah, and that's because both Jean and Aqua Favonia are debut weapons. Remember, the vast majority of gacha games are super fucking weird at the very beginning of when they start. Almost every gacha game is like that. Almost. Like, with only a couple of exceptions, and like it's hard for me to like list off like those sorts of exceptions myself. Most gacha games look very different now compared to what they used to look like at the beginning. Like honestly, Star Rail is one of the few gacha games that like yeah, you have much better characters now, but for the most part, like the game feels relatively similar to when it first came out as it does now. And the reason why is because MiHoYo has that experience with Genshin, right? They learned their if you want to call it mistakes that they made with Genshin, and so when they were developing Star Rail, they were able to make it a much more streamlined process. Like the whole system of like 5 stars working very well with their signatures and like being designed to work with their signatures, yeah. Like it goes all the way back to the beginning of Star Rail. Like if you want to roll a 5-star character, you also ideally want to roll for their light cone too, their gacha light cone too. But for Genshin, it wasn't like that. Like remember, we still have certain 5-star characters who still do not have their signatures, right? Venti doesn't have a signature. And his best weapon isn't even a 5-star, it's a fucking 4-star and stringless. Right? Like, D-Luke is technically, like, what's his signature weapon again? Like, I think the weapon he has in his splash art is like something like Favonia's Greatsword or some shit. Yeah, you're gonna use Favonia's Greatsword on somebody like D-Luke? Yeah, sure. I mean, some people might think Wolf's Gravestone is his signature. I don't even blame them. They even share the same color scheme, too. Any leaks on what phase Arlecchino will be? Oh, she'll be phase 1. So in 3 weeks. I mean, at least I expect her to be. It'd be very weird if Arlecchino, being the only new character announced for 4.6, wasn't phase 1. And like they're delaying her to like phase 2. I think that would piss off a lot of people. So... phase 1. Hey, Pensage, welcome back, man. How you doing? I remember signing up for the pre-release of Star Rail and realizing, wow, this shit is 10 times better than FGO. It's literally only been better ever since. Yep. Overall, game experience is fucking infinitely better than FGO, I'll tell you what. I agree. And I'm glad that you're playing Star Rail over the piece of shit that is FGO. Keck W. How's Star Rail treating you? Oh, it's treating me very well. Surprisingly. I'm enjoying Star Rail a lot. They got E0, E2, E0. I changed my mind on getting E2 Acheron. She doesn't need it, really. Can we get Arlecchino and Star Rail, please? Ask MiHoYo. You may have to beg them really, really hard to put Arlecchino into Star Rail. Oh, excuse me. Can you give Skyward Atlas the yeah? If you want to, yeah. She can work with it. Because it's still, what, attack percent? And it gives her a bit of extra elemental damage bonus. Like, it's a nice, like, stat stick. So that's cool. Thought you really enjoyed FGO. Still do, but, like, in the context of comparing it to Star Rail just fucking completely clears the floor with that shit. Like, I still enjoy Star Rail. Well, yeah, duh. I still enjoy FGO. Like, FGO is still, you know, my technically favorite gacha game. But, like, I'm not gonna tell people to go play FGO when Star Rail exists at this point. Who am I? What have I done with Tuhu? This FGO slander is exposing me. Oh, don't worry. People are trying to expose me plenty well on YouTube and on my YouTube videos and Twitter. I won't name who. I think you already know who they are. So I don't need to expose myself. I'm sure other people are already doing that for me. If only they improve relics. I mean, here's the thing. Even if they never touch how relics work ever again in Star Rail, this shit is way better than whatever the fuck FGO makes you do. That's how bad FGO is. Anyways, what the fuck are we doing here? Oh, we can bring Gallagher for this. Cool. Physical, Hey, guess who I don't have? I don't have Argenti. Let's see, I suppose we can try running Himiko for this, because it is fire. So, Himiko, Gallagher. Who else we bring in here? We're obviously bringing Acheron for phase 2. Let's see. I suppose we could bring Clara? I don't know how good my Clara is gonna work here, but I guess I can bring her just for shits and giggles. I suppose we can bring Asta too. Fire team plus Clara. When's a good time to join Star Rail? Now would be a great time. I mean, I always tell people the 2 best times to start playing a gacha game is first when a gacha game first comes out, and the second time is right fucking now. And oh yeah, for Star Rail right now, when we have the best DPS character in the game, if you get her gacha Lycon, that is, on rate up right now, and she's here for another 2 weeks. Yeah, it should be right the fucking now. Because one fuck doesn't do it enough. We do have Boot Hill though, true. I've seen those tweets memeing Arlecchino as gender bent Boot Hill. As an American ninja. American Ninja. God, that meme is a classic. All right, who else are we using here? American Ninja. Let's see. I was gonna bring Tingyun, but then I realized, wait a minute. She don't give a fuck, or Acheron doesn't give a fuck. Let's see. Oh, you know what? This is gonna be hilarious. We can actually, I think I'll bring double DPS for this. Let's see. Jingyuan, Sparkle, will bring Bailu because lightning, and then Acheron. Oh, this is gonna be funny. This shit gonna be funny, bros. When allies use a skill to attack enemy targets, 80% fixed chance to inflict shatter. Okay, I don't know what the fuck shatter is. Attack on 6 times. Deals then oh, it's whatever the pure fiction mechanic is. When enemy targets use their abilities, okay, put Scald on them. They receive 10% more damage, okay. After characters use ult to attack, their action is advanced forward by 25%. Deals 100% more damage, lasting for 1 turn. Well, we can go with that, I guess. Same thing here. I like the action forward. That seems pretty cool. Who's a good character to roll for? Acheron. Shit. I just let me back out real quick, and allow me to show you the absolute fucking monster that is Acheron. It's this girl. She is currently on rate up right now, like I said, and she her banner lasts for 2 more weeks. So if you get lucky, you might be able to pull Acheron. If you do, oh boy. Hey, guess what, Mom? We beat Star Rail. Well, it's not quite that far. But I wouldn't go quite that far, but. Clara by default is one of the best physical DPS just because she's one of the only ones. True. She has no competition. Well, I mean, Argenti's basically tailor-made for pure fiction. So for pure fiction, she has competition. But yeah, like even to this day, Clara. There's no denying that a very well-built Clara can still counterattack enemies into the fucking dirt. So yeah, she's still good. And she still has a playstyle that not a lot of characters even have. She might still legit be the only one who even plays the way she does. So yeah, she still does something unique in the game. But yeah, Pen Sage, this girl, you wanna roll for this girl, basically. Would you rather use they're pretty good with the reruns, so you have the chance to get older characters. Yeah, true, actually. Star Rail has done a good job so far of making sure to bring back older limited characters on a regular basis, yeah. I do have to give it to MiHoYo on this one, for that one, yeah. They're handling it a lot better than Genshin is, at least. But I mean, to be fair, that's only a big part of the reason for that is because Star Rail is a younger game, so we don't have as many characters. So, but yeah, so far, yeah, they've been doing a good job with like bringing back characters on a regular basis. I mean, Luocha was kind of an exception, but I mean, yeah, we have him back on Rate Up now, so. What's the most amount of money you spent on Genshin or a gacha game? The gacha game on the bottom left, here. I've spent, what, probably $50,000 on this game, on FGO. For Genshin, it's probably closer to, like, I don't know, 20 or 30K? Probably 20K. Actually, I wouldn't be surprised if it were 30K, actually. You've seen Boot Hill's ENVA stream Star Rail. Oh, yeah, that's cool. I'm glad that, Star Rail's English voice artists are streaming Star Rail. That's very nice. His accent for him is perfect. Does he have the stereotypical American cowboy accent? Because if he does, that would be fucking amazing. The fucking cowboy drawl. Hell yeah, brother! Hell yeah! I look forward to the bigger Star Rail stream spamming Keikona and other Keikona variants when they start rolling for Boot Hill. That's gonna be fucking amazing. Hell yeah! Hell yeah, brother! Downloading game now. Hey, come join us in the better FGO, FGO 2.0, known as Honkai Star Rail. Catch you later, Jim. Yeah, have fun with the Star Rail, my dude. Yeah, hopefully you enjoy it. If you need any extra help with Star Rail stuff, don't hesitate to stop by the stream, and either ask me or have chat answer questions for you. Hell yeah, brother. Topaz's and Clara's VAs coomed for Aventurine. Seems like Aventurine is he fulfills the tastes of many ladies. What is the game in between Nikke and Aethergazer? Nikke and Aethergazer. That game is called Girls Frontline 1, the original. Best preservation character. Well, yeah, I mean, at the same time, that's not really hard to do considering there are only 4 preservation characters in the game, so it's like, that wasn't really hard to do now, was it? But yes, he and Fushuan being the 2 premium gacha preservation characters are in fact the 2 best ones. Ow. Let's see. Let's start breaking people. Let's see. Let's break you. Let's see here. What do we want to do? I don't know how much damage my Gallagher will do. I don't think this will kill yet. Barely. It barely did any damage. Skill time. Ow. 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 Counterattack time. Ow. Die, motherfucker. Ow, 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 ow. Bop. 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 Aventurine wasn't, the Aventurine boss wasn't hard. Is the Aventurine boss basically Tartaglia boss 2.0? Because like, I saw that people were having trouble with adventuring. Like, there was this one tweet I saw earlier, I think this week, where somebody made a compilation of like TikToks that people made of them like using all sorts of fucking random ass teams that had no synergy trying to beat adventuring. But like, I assume that was more because a ton of casuals play Star Rail as well. Obviously, not as much as many casuals as their play, Genshin, for example. But like, still, Star Rail is still a very big game. There's a lot of casual players who play it, obviously. But I assume it was more of a casual complaint than like, oh yeah, the adventuring boss was actually legitimately hard for everyone, like even the veteran players. So yeah, I assume that was that situation all over again. The Chinese community really likes adventuring's English VA law. That's surprising, considering the current socio-political atmosphere in China. Kind of surprising. Then again, a lot of foreigners, like outside of America, really like the whole like old West like American like vibe sort of thing. Like, it's kind of a meme, but like I'm sure we all know about how some Japanese people are like what we would call Westaboos, where like they're like weebs, except weebs for American culture. So like I know that's a thing, but I didn't realize Boot Hill was making the rounds over on on the other side of the firewall. But I mean, hey, it's cool that they like him. Didn't really expect that one. Gallagher isn't skill heavy either. Yeah, because his skill is very simple. It just heals. So that means that you only use Gallagher's skill when somebody needs healing. So who do I want to kick here? Kick. Let's see. Bop. Whee. Let's pop the Warp Trotter. Bop. Is Nobla considered a must-pull in Naruto? I already explained that yesterday, and where I said he's one of the 4 characters that I would consider characters you should have if you care about gameplay in Genshin Impact. So if you want to roll him, you should. But something tells me you already forgot that from yesterday. How much energy does she have? Actually, I can just do a, what is it? I can just do a basic here, I believe, yeah. Basic here, and then we can pop Himiko's ult right away. Casuals may have trouble with them, because, mechanics. Yeah, imagine actually having to learn how to play the game. Wow, a very novel idea. You were able to beat him first try, so yeah. Yeah, I assume it's just another like casual problem instance, just like the Tartaglia weekly boss back in Genshin Impact. Surprise, Star Rail isn't on Apple Store? It's not? Should be. Yeah, kind of surprising it's not if that's the case. Maybe you're just looking in the wrong area? Like, considering when they did their iOS, what is it? Their iPhone 15 or whatever the fuck model they're on now. Considering their iPhone 15 showcase, like, it literally showed Star Rail gameplay. When they were like showing off, like, oh, look at what kind of games that the new iPhone can play. it should be there. Yeah, it is on the iOS App Store. Yeah, you're just not looking in the right place. Yeah, I don't believe that for a fucking second. Like, it should be on there. What you talking about, Lewis? What you talking about, Lewis? Ow. Maybe it's not available in his region. Maybe not. I don't know where he lives. But yeah, maybe it's just not available in his region. That would be really weird, though. If like Star Rail isn't available in his region, maybe he lives in like, I don't know, fucking Belgium or something. Do I try hard for 80k points? No, 60k is good enough for me. Like, I don't care for, what is it? I don't care to do, what is it, like 0 cycles? I know that the Twitch Star Rail community is, like, obsessed with, like, 0 cycles or something. Like, while that's very impressive, personally, I don't give a fuck. Because, like, to me, 0 cycling is a combination of a degree of wailing and, like, amazing fucking substats. And, like, I wish I could go for that sort of strat, because it is still content at the it is content at the end of the day, but like I don't have the money to do that, so whatever, I don't fucking care. So no, I don't care much for 80k points. I would also imagine that if you're trying to go for 80k points, you kind of need to have like the best DPSs. For this, so for example, I would imagine you would want Argenti for this, but I don't have Argenti, so fuck that shit. No rewards, that means you don't care? Yep, you just do it if you like to. Yeah, like if you want to go for that sort of stuff, like, go ahead. But yeah, as long as there's no like mandatory rewards for doing that shit, is like, you know, I'm good. We Gucci. Oh, and a cycle. Oh, okay. Unfortunately, we didn't get we didn't break 30k points with that, but that's fine. Team there was not exactly the best. Pop. Not Acheron. Mr. Genuine. Pop. Pop. 0 cycles is a lot of min-maxing, usually involving all units at 160 plus speed. Yeah, then no thanks. No thanks. Fuck that shit. I'm Gucci, bro. You heard that Genuine is super good with the release of Sparkle. Why is Sparkle really really good with him? 2 things. One, Genuine is very skill point heavy, or very skill point hungry. He's what the community calls a skill point negative character, if that's even a thing. Sure it is. The reason why is Genuine is not so much used for him, it's his Lightning Lord mechanic. The big golden dude with a giant-ass fucking sword that he stabs into the ground at enemies. The majority of his damage comes from that. And maybe a little bit from his ult, too. But when you use Genuine, you're not really using Genuine for him, you're using him for his fucking JoJo stand. Because that's where he's getting all of his damage from. Or the vast majority of his damage from. So, his basic doesn't really do anything special, but his skill buffs his follow-up attack, the big Lightning Lord dude. by not only advancing the Lightning Lord's action forward so that it can act sooner, but it also adds more hit count to him, because base hit count Lightning Lord only has 3 hits, and obviously that doesn't do a lot of damage, but its maximum you can raise it all the way up to 10. And so at that point, that means that Lightning Lord is dealing 10 fucking hits per enemy, and so his damage goes through the fucking roof. So because of that, because of how his Lightning Lord mechanics work, Jingyuan always wants to be using his skill, which means that he's a very skill point heavy character, or DPS. And so Sparkle, with her whole passive being, oh yeah, guess what? You get 2 free skill points, or your skill point cap goes from 5 to 7, and she's the only character who can do that. That is amazing. It's amazing for Jingyuan, because that means you can comfortably spam Jingyuan skills without having to worry about, oh, maybe I'll have to run. Maybe I can't use Jingyuan's skill here because I need to use it on like a skill. I need to use it on somebody else's skill because like I need to heal somebody. Blah blah blah. No, with Sparkle you don't care. Just spam skill. Fucking murder everybody with Lightning Lord. You know, GG easy. Move on. And if that weren't enough, Sparkle's ultimate also replenishes your skill points by 4. She gives you 4 free skill points. So if you ever come across a point where, oh, I'm running out of skill points. Oh, what's that? Sparkle gives me 4 more. Alt. So there's that. The other really big reason is that before, Bronya she still is an amazing harmony support for most DPSs. The issue, however, is that Bronya's skill, which is the best thing on our kit, because it advances someone's any of your allies' actions forward guaranteed after hers. It doesn't work on Jingyuan because the damage boost that comes with it only lasts for 1 turn. So that means that as soon as Jingyuan moves, like as soon as he attacks, the damage buff expires, which means Lightning Lord will not get the damage buff, and that sucks, because obviously you don't care about Jingyuan's personal damage up, but you care about Lightning Lord. So the fact that like Bronya has a really strong damage buff, but it only lasts for 1 turn, and so that means that Lightning Lord can't get it, that blows. So it's like just a huge amount of damage that's just kind of left on the table just because of how, just because Bronya's damage buff only lasts for 1 turn. And she pulls up the character that you use it on right after her, so that means that Jingyuan, as soon as he moves, it's gone, it's over, done. But with Sparkle, her skill, the damage buff, or it's technically a crit damage buff, but at least her buff still lasts until the end of Jingyuan's, until Jingyuan gets his turn back after he moves. So when Sparkle uses her skill on Jingyuan, he'll still keep the crit damage buff even after he moves. So that means that if Lightning Lord moves after him, which obviously it will, Lightning Lord still has an extra crit damage buff. So yeah. That's why. Those are the 2 main reasons why. Anyways, let me go put on another music playlist here. So hopefully you've enjoyed my TED Talk on why Jingyuan is top tier now. It's because Robins and oh, is that the thing that somebody in my Twitch chat was talking about? But were those voice actresses American, or were they English? Or did the English clips go viral over on Chinese internet, or were they the Chinese voice actresses for Clara and Robin? The English VAs? That's so weird. You would think a clip like that would go viral if they were the Chinese VAs, but no, the English VAs? Really? And that shit went viral on Chinese internet? Huh. Fucking bizarro world out here, I guess. You can find a clip? Yeah, sure. I guess we can watch that clip, I guess, just for additional context. I'm just having a hard time wrapping my mind around the Chinese bros going apeshit over English voice actor over English voice actresses, and they're reacting to the English voice of Boot Hill? Like, something's not adding up here. Huh? The internet is fucking weird, I guess. I don't know. Gallagher is awesome, as he should be. I'm glad you enjoy him. Based Gallagher enjoyer. Absolutely based Gallagher. Gallagher enjoyer. How is Gallagher? You got him to E2 rolling for Acheron, but haven't leveled him yet. He's very good, as far as I'm aware, anyway. I enjoy him a lot. Yeah, like literally, mini Luocha, and that might not even do him enough justice. Is it worth building Yukong E6? Not even at E6. Back when I used Yukong myself, I was hoping her E6 could like save her, but it doesn't because it worked a little bit differently than I expected. I would say she's not really worth building for most players, which is very unfortunate. Only if you really want to make her work, which you can, but it's very annoying trying to play with Yukong. I'm gonna be honest. So most people just don't even bother, unfortunately. Here it comes. Brrrr. Because he fucking sucks? Are you trashing Genuine? Is this genuine slander I'm hearing? Is this genuine slander I'm hearing? Oh, I should have used, who was it? Sparkle's ult first, but that's okay. It probably doesn't matter. Probably. You try out Sigonia and Acheron? Yeah. Oh, I'm sure Sigonia works very well in Acheron in Pure Fiction. It's just that Acheron is so fucking busted that I honestly don't know if it's even necessary. I'm gonna be honest. Like, do you really need Sigonia on Acheron just for Pure Fiction? Do you really need that? Ouch. Yeah, actually, Sparkle basically did power creep both Yukong and Hanya, didn't she? Fucking ripping pepperonis. Hey, last Lightning Lord attack got me to 60k. Hey, Lightning Lord coming in clutch. It wasn't just Boot Hill that they were reacting to, it was also Aventry. Okay, that makes a little more sense then. Even still, it's kind of hard for me to believe that that's actually the case, though. Ice? Ooh, I know who I'm using here. Oh, ice characters, huh? Oh, you shouldn't have. Oh, what's that? I can use full ice characters here? Oh, you shouldn't have. Let's see. I will bring Natasha just in case, though. Natasha, Ruin Mei, Jingliu. Actually, I'll switch around Jingliu's and Pella's positions here. And then here's a lightning damage. Oh, you shouldn't have. I wonder who we're going to use here. I wonder who we're going to use here. Then again, actually, against Cocolia specifically, it's probably not the greatest idea running Genuine. Because yeah, she can potentially just freeze the shit out of Genuine, to be fair, and when that happens, that kind of sucks. So maybe I won't bring Jingwen here. Let's see, Acheron, Bailu. Let's see. Actually, we could run DOT team here with the Black Swan Sampo. Sure, why not? Black Swan Sampo. Yeah, sure, why not? I don't care. Fucking auto mod. God damn it. Someone even animated the clip. Nice. Wondering whether to use Gepard with Trend or Gallagher or for Acheron. I would say Gallagher, but I'm biased towards Gallagher. He carried, your Argenti carried hard. I mean, I would imagine he did. That's kind of his whole role here, isn't it? You're missing out on a damage buff for a double nihility though. Bro, like I think Acheron's whole like double nihility teammate thing is overrated. Like if you have a really strong if you have one of the top 3, if you have one of the big 3 harmony buffers, Bronya, Ruin Mei, or Sparkle, like that shouldn't fucking even matter, to be honest with you. Like you should at least have one nihility teammate, but like you don't need 2. Like, in my opinion. You just really don't. Let's see here. We do pop. It's actually not Boot Hill at all. Okay, yeah, that makes more sense then, yeah. If they're just reacting to Aventurine's sus voice lines, then yeah, that makes a lot more sense. I knew there was something fishy. I knew there was something weird. Yeah, just get E2, KekW. Yeah, as if you need E2 to begin with. Would you want a gacha game that has a story and character abilities like Mortal Kombat? I'm not too into gore, so I'm good on that. So personally, no. So maybe not Mortal Kombat, but I would appreciate like a more hardcore story though. Like gacha games that aren't shy that don't shy away from, like, for example, showing blood, like some gore, or like exploring some very dark themes. And it's not to say that Hoyoverse doesn't do some of those things already, but like these are Chinese games at the end of the day, and given MiHoYo's size, they can't get away with a lot of stuff. At least not anymore. Not compared to how much they used to be able to get away with. Because now the CCP, Big Brother, is watching them. So yeah, unfortunately, Chinese gacha games just because of the whole socio-political atmosphere of mainland China, they simply are not capable of producing stories that are as interesting as what like non-Chinese gacha games can come up with. So not quite to Mortal Kombat levels, but like some gore would be appreciated. Like games that aren't afraid to show your favorite characters all fucking busted up and in some horrible fucking situations. So like maybe Injustice, if it doesn't have like gore, sure. If that's your point of reference, then I suppose. In a DOT team, who's better, Asta versus another DOT character? Probably another DOT character. Probably. Yeah, another DOT character. Because remember that for DOTs and Star Rail, your own personal speed I don't think matters as much. Obviously it still does, right? Because the faster your characters move, the more DOTs they can put on people. But the main thing is that DOTs will only do damage when enemies move. So when you run a DOT team in Star Rail, because of that, because they can only take DOT damage on their turn, your own speed I don't think matters as much. So I would say in that situation, it's probably better just to bring another DOT over Asta. I suppose the exception would be if you need Asta to like to hyper boost your Kafka to like a higher speed threshold, then sure. But other than that. Oh, also I just remember somebody in Twitch chat. Didn't somebody in Twitch chat ask me like what I look for in like a perfect gacha game? Let me answer that after I'm done with Pure Fiction here. Shouldn't take long. Bop. But yeah, I'll get to that question after this. Excuse me. What is my favorite gacha game in terms of story? FGO. FGO has the best story, bar none. No other gacha game really compares, if I'm gonna be completely honest. There are other gacha games out there that do have good stories. It's not like it's impossible for there to be another good gacha story just because FGO exists. But in terms of raw quality, FGO is by far the best. Who am I using here? Oh, right, Ronan. Am I cooking only Star Rail tonight? Yeah, I'm just playing Star Rail for today. Oh, what set am I using on May? I'm currently using it should just be regular Thief. I haven't had the chance to farm the new Watchmaker set yet. Actually, you can't even see your relics in the middle of a fight. But yeah. What is it? I haven't had the chance to switch her over to Watchmaker, but I eventually do want to. I do think it is worth it if you do want to give her a better Watchmaker set. But if you already have her on Thief, and she's doing just fine for you, and you don't feel like running, if you don't feel like switching her over, then Thief is fine. It's good enough. But Watchmaker is, I think, preferable, pretty sure. If only just barely. And I do plan on switching my Ruin May over to Watchmaker as soon as I have the spare Trailblaze power to go farm some better ones. Some better Watchmaker pieces. 3-turn clear in FGO, 1 cycle runs in Star Rail. 3-turn clears in FGO are infinitely easier. Because in FGO you just need K-Scope. I mean, you don't even need K-Scope anymore. And even if you do, you get a free copy of K-Scope this upcoming anniversary. So that takes care of that. I mean, yeah, you don't even need scope anymore in FGO, because now that we have characters like Oberon and Coin Sky, if you have those supports, then you can just take any 50% charger and anybody who has a 30% battery on a 6-turn cooldown, and you're good to go. Like, 1 cycle runs are much harder simply because you need to speed tune people to like fucking 160 plus or whatever it was that somebody told me in Twitch chat. So, considering that involves RNG substats, yeah, it's harder. It's gonna take more time, that's for sure. Just saw the Kitsune later on the lower right, so pretty. Yeah, Her name is the General Liu rifle, Liu, General Liu rifle. She's a Chinese. She's the, I guess, the personification. It's a little bit complicated with that game, the lore with that game, but yeah, she's supposed to be the robot personification version of an old World War II Chinese bolt-action rifle. Something like that. Something like that. Here's Gepard. Unfortunately, it looks like this team took a very long time getting here, so maybe I'll skip out on Natasha and bring somebody else. Bring a another DPS here instead. That's probably what I need if I need to reset this. Not just 160, but on set 4, but on 4-piece Eagle with Von Walk. It's not even feasible a lot of the time. Yeah, exactly. It's very very complicated. Am I playing Wuthering Waves? Yes. Did I get betas? No. So when I play Wuthering Waves, I will be playing it for the very first time. And at this rate, it's looking like, oh yeah, only 20,000 points. Holy fuck! I might have to restart that because 20,000 is way too low of a threshold. So I may have to say fuck Natasha. I mean, of course. Why wouldn't I? But yeah, I'm gonna have to replace her with another DPS here, or something like that. Oh, and Gepard isn't even weak to ice himself. So that's gonna be a fucking problem. Yeah, not having Argenti is really biting me in the ass. Guess what, chat? I guess I'm bringing my Giga Chad Destruction Trailblazer into this. Surely everything will go okay. Am I running all this on one monitor? No, I have four monitors. I've told you guys, I've showed you my setup before, or I've shown my setup before, but I literally have 6 monitors between 2 computers. My main PC has 4 monitors hooked up. I got one to my left, the main monitor that I have Star Rail on. I have another monitor to my right, where I have YouTube chat with YouTube chat. And Cinder's stream, because I love watching streams so much. I have other people's streams up while I stream. And on the 4th monitor, all the way to my right, I've got all my gacha windows over on the right. Oh yeah, it's Ice. I should have brought Herta here. Yeah, guys, use Herta. Proceeds to not use her. How the fuck did I forget about Herta? Herta in my account just fucking shaking her head. But yeah, we brought Trailblazer, so we'll see how well she works. Damn, that did a lot of damage. I would still like his light cone though, yeah, but at least you have him. Yeah. At least having is better than not having him. Bonk. Ow. Bonk. Am I able to show this layout in OBS? Yes, because all of these games that I have running, they're their own browsers. So I just have individual game browser scenes that connects to each one. So yeah, it's not that hard. The issue is that you need to have a good enough PC to not only have all these games running at the same time, but also stream it too. And thankfully, my PC is pretty good. Good enough to run all these games anyway. And stream all of these at the same time. Jinglu is the sustain. True. I am the sustain. Nice, good break. Munch. Looking good with a shave, sir. Thank you. But it's been a while since I shaved, so now I'm starting to get my little my whiskers back. Actually. No Herta. Yeah, completely forgot to bring Herta. If this run doesn't work out very well, I'll replace Trailblazer with Herta. Or maybe I'll replace Pella with Herta. Actually, I think that would be better. Trend on Universal Market was considered the worst light count in the game. Then Acheron comes in, and now all of a sudden is one of the best. Yeah, I'm hearing a lot of people talk about like Trend, using Trend specifically to support Acheron. I guess that dude was right. What is it? Yeah, I guess that dude was right with the whole that one subreddit thread that I reacted to when I made my Doom posting video, where that dude was like, oh yeah, maybe you want to use Trend specifically for Acheron. Turns out he was right, so credit where credit is due. Am I gonna build Harmony MC? Yeah, depending on how good they are. And we'll see just exactly how good they are, though. Oh, I'm actually run out of skill points. That's kind of surprising. Ow. Ow. That dude Doom posting must feel like a clown now that we have live footage. Again, I don't, even though I made a whole video about like why you shouldn't Doom post, at the same time, like if you get a character, if you predict a character being good or bad and you get it wrong, like at the same time, I don't really blame you that much for it. I just think that you Doom posting about something is stupid, or you saying that, oh, a character might not be good, so you shouldn't roll for him, guys. I think that is stupid. But like, just in the narrow sense of like, oh, you predicting a character might be good or bad or not, I don't really care about that. Like, you can be wrong with your predictions. There's nothing wrong. There's nothing necessarily wrong with that. But yeah, I mean, it's a good thing that Acheron turned out to be pretty good, as it turns out. Ow. Ow. How many points do we get there? Only 24,000. I'm still not happy with that score, but we'll continue on with this team and see how well this team works. We'll see if Acheron is strong enough to carry my 24,000 score. If not, I'll go back and redo first half of the Herta instead. Is there really a mid 5-star in a star rail? I mean, I would argue somebody like Gepard, but even Gepard has his uses every now and then. Do I play all these gachas every day? Yes. All these gacha games you see on my screen, I main them. Well, with the exception of the one game on the bottom right with the fox girl with the blue tails. I've kind of stopped playing that game, admittedly. But every other game, I still play and do all the dailies for every single fucking day. Even the game that I mentioned that I've kind of stopped playing. I played that. I only recently quit that game, like I think a month or two ago, or earlier this year. And I played that game consistently for the past 5 years. But 5, 6 years? 6 years, yeah. Hoyoverse might have a thing for short shorts and leotards. I don't think they really want to give the ladies not shorts, sorry, skirts. Yeah. Yeah, because if they give the ladies, if they give their female characters skirts, right? Because you know how Japanese gacha games, or just Japanese like anime media, just in general, loves giving like the waifus like super fucking short skirts, right? Like it's obvious why they're doing that, so that it's very easy to fucking upskirt their shit, right? But the Chinese devs can't do that because obviously, you know, public decency rules and shit like that. So they have to make up for it by just giving everybody short shorts. It's like their workaround. Because like, oh, it's not shorts, they're not showing anything indecent, right? Technically. Yeah, stuff like that pretty much. Let's see. Hey Pomfinator, welcome back. How's it going? How many hours per day on dailies? Is that anywhere from 1 to 2 hours? Depends on if a gacha game, depends on how many gacha games I play, have events going on. Ooh. Only that much, huh? Alright. Now we're definitely gonna have to use, definitely gonna have to use, instead of Trailblazer here, Herta. Alright. Let's pull out our secret weapon. Herta. Honestly, I'll bring, Clara for this too. Clara and then, Herta, yeah. I may have to, actually, I'm gonna have to switch my whatever the fuck this is. My node blessing or my node buff. Let's see, when they use a skill to attack enemy targets, inflict shatter. Okay, I think I'll take the shatter buff for that. Excuse me. And then, I think the DOT team here is a little bit too slow. So instead, what I'm gonna do here is I will run. I think I'll run Bronya for this team. Bronya plus. Who is it? Where's my Black Swan? There she is. I think I'll modify my teams like that. Have I played the Black Swan Sparkle story quest? Not yet, I don't think. I haven't touched any story quest ever since 2.1 dropped. Could replace Bailu with Kaka? Yeah, possibly. If I need to do that, then I will. How do you choose which gacha to pick up when they come out? Like, what criteria? If I like them. I don't really have a very stringent criteria. If I just like the vibes of a game, or if I just think, if I just happen to have an interest in it, then I'll play it. I don't mind. Like, at this point, my whole thing as a content creator is like, I want to be known as that dude who plays a whole shit ton of gacha games. Like, for me, currently, my dream, the dream for me as a content creator would be if I can get to the point where I can just play whatever gacha game that I want, and my audience will just watch me play whatever gacha game I feel like playing, right? Usually it'll probably usually be Hoyoverse games, but you know, maybe Wuthering Waves might be a second chance for me or something. I don't know. But as far as like, yeah, what criteria I work off of, there's not really a criteria. I just play whatever I feel like playing. Like, if a game looks good, right, I'll give it a try. Like, for example, I would have loved to pick up like other games like Reverse 1999 and Limbus Company when they came out. Problem is, I was interested, but not interested enough to go out of my way to play them now, especially in the shitty fucking IRL situation I'm in right now. So, I'm not picking up any other gacha games other than the ones that I specifically said I would pick up at this moment in time. I should use the second blessing on Acheron's team. Okay, I'll keep that in mind in case this run doesn't go very well either. Let's see. We'll break this guy. Yeah. Limbus is good, but not really a waifu game. It doesn't matter. I'd still like to play it regardless. Yep, time to go to Guru. Hey, right on cue. Alright, I can use Jinglu's ult here. Same thing, Clara. There we go. That's more like it.
私がこんな大きなダイヤモンドあげるね。くるりん。支障ない。危険指数低下。隠れろ。生命ははっ。感謝してね。はっ。勇気を出さなきゃ。クラーラも助けてスワローグ。殲滅開始。命のいずれ風に吹き落とされる。月光を剣とこの月下で。
Let's see. I will go for this dude on the left.
全てを照らさん。くるくる。逃げられぬ。くるりん。何見てるの？くるくる。
Ow, ow, ow.
根は戻る。楽しいですか？死ぬがいい。くるりん。私がこんな大きなダイヤモンド。
Sacrifice Clara for points. You monster! Oh, shield time. Ow. Ow. Okay, how many points was that? Okay, much better. 29,000. Lovely. Let's see here. We'll do this. There we go. Oh, let's see here. I think I can do this basic into Branya ultimate and then directly into Acheron ult. Slap, slap, slap. Let's see. I think I'll basic here and then use Acheron's skill here. Do this, and then Bronya. She didn't get her turn back in time, unfortunately. Action advance. Too bad that's not gonna matter. Alright, Kokolia time. Let's see, no skill points. We'll still attack you though. Excuse me. Ooh, we only got, what, 55,000? That's unfortunate. So yeah, we're gonna have to run Kafka on this. Let's see here. Triple planar starting on the 10th. Ooh, that's actually a good thing you reminded me of that. So that means I probably shouldn't go too hard on... Actually, the triple planar thing isn't infinite. It's like you just use it up, like, what, 12 times, and that's it. So, actually, I guess I don't need to worry about, like, saving fuel for that event. Now that I think about it. Yeah, it never was, now that I think about it. Yeah. So, oops. Shit. I forgot my, Jinglu doesn't have her skill here. That's fine, at least we have her ultimate. Yeah, that'd be pretty broken. Yeah, triple planar indefinitely. I mean, with how shitty it is to farm relics in Star Rail, and, you know, by that measure, artifacts in Genshin, they should give us triple the amount of planars, don't you think? You know, just some food for thought for you. Ow. Yeah, that should be the default rate, seriously. Alright, cool. That was good. That was a good run. 31,000. So first team did their job. Let's see. Do I use Kafka? No, I have to use Acheron's. I would rather use Acheron's technique here. Actually, no. Just use a solo. Shit, fuck. Wrong fucking character. Was it the wrong character, though? Was it the wrong character? You can restart? Yeah, I know. But I have faith in my team. I know they can do it. The true lightning hypercarry was Kafka all along. True, true. Team Dobby Mommy? I guess now that I realize, no, you got a point here. You got a point. Let him cook. You got a point. Let him cook. Oh, Numi's is about to roll for Star Rail. Let's see here. Ow. Let's see. I'll just use a basic for now. There we go. Ooh, that's bad. The SP negativity, yeah. Everybody wants skill points. I need skill points and I need them now. Ow, 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 ow. Ow. CCK! Yep, we did it. Ow. Ouch. Ow. Oh, there goes my Acheron. Whatever shall we do? Hey Ozzy, welcome back. Oh, you've been in chat for a while. I've been paying attention to chat because I was focusing on this. Don't die? No, don't worry. We've got it in the bag. Hey, 69k! Hey. 69k. 69k. Is the second half of Pure Fiction supposed to be for genuine? You don't know who else to use other than Hypercarry Dr. Ratio? Why are you using single target for Pure Fiction though is the question. Like maybe as like a secondary DPS maybe. But yeah, if you have genuine, use genuine. Like even if you don't have Sparkle, use genuine. However, here's the thing, because Kokolia can freeze, just make sure to bring somebody who can cleanse debuffs. That's the only thing you gotta watch out for. Because remember that if genuine gets CC'd with anything, freeze or the imaginary, whatever the imaginary thing is, imprison I think it's called. Yeah, or if you get stunned somehow, yeah, Lightning Lord can't attack. So just bring a debuff cleanse. You'll hopefully you'll be good. But I will say though that here it seems like you can't really afford to bring a healer unless you have like exactly the AoE characters you need. Can't believe it. Well, you actually need more AoE characters. Pure fiction, baby. Pure motherfucking fiction. I mean, hey, just another reason why Kafka continues to be one of the best characters in the game. Anyways, now that I'm done pure fiction, let me answer that one Twitch chat comment from like an hour ago at this point. I have no idea if the dude who asked that question is still here in chat. Probably not, but I will answer that question anyway. What even was the question again? Can I even scroll up and try to find that comment from earlier? Let's see. Oh yeah, I think the comment was something like what would you consider to be like a perfect gacha game or something? Trying to find that exact comment here somewhere. Because I think I saw a comment saying that somebody thought that Star Rail is like basically as close to the perfect gacha game as you know, gacha games can get. Let's see. Oh, it was Iridify. Iridify said earlier that he thinks Star Rail is almost a perfect gacha game. And so that means that that comment is probably somewhere above that. Let's see. Okay, hit the end of the comment history. Maybe I was hallucinating. Maybe nobody actually asked that question. I swear somebody did, though. Maybe it was Iridify. Maybe Iridify was the one who asked me originally if like what I would consider to be like qualities of a perfect gacha game. I swear I'm not losing my mind, chat. I swear I'm not losing my mind. I can prove it to you. Oh, it was okay. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, you're still here. Might have been on. No, I saw it on Twitch chat. I saw it in Twitch chat. That's why I remembered. Yeah. Because you asked about weathering. Yeah, I saw your comments about asking me about weathering waves. I know I answered that. Yeah, I know I told you that. Yeah, I do plan on picking up Wuthering Waves when it comes out in about a month, 2 months, month and a half. But yeah, let me answer your question now. So, I would say the qualities of a perfect gacha game in this day and age would look something like this. The game needs to be very low commitment. These days, at least from my personal, in my personal opinion, these days, obviously, as we get older, we get busier and shit like that, and maybe our tastes in games may change. So I think it's very important for a game to be casual. Like, people always give shit to Genshin and to a certain extent Star Rail too. For being too casual, right? I mean, that's why a lot of Genshin players like playing Star Rail, because it has more hardcore content, if you will. But I still think it's very important for a gacha game to have most of its content be very casual friendly, because that automatically means that it is, or most likely it also means that it is also very low commitment as well, right? Like, for example, for Genshin stuff, like all of Genshin's events are very casual, so you can get them done. You don't have to worry about, like, oh, can I do them or not, because most of the time they're you know, batshit easy. That's not even the right adjective for that, but whatever. They're extremely easy. So like you can leave them off until like the last fucking day, like I did for the potion event, and just get it all done on the last day if you really need to, right? If you really want to do that. That's fine, as long as you give yourself enough time on the last day, that is. Like, at least maybe like 8 hours or so, just in case there are some things about an event that's kind of annoying. But, yeah, like, if you want to do that with Genshin events, you absolutely can, for most of them anyway. And I think that's very important. I think that in terms of like content, the ideal or the perfect gacha game, so to say, has to be mostly casual or low commitment content that is very easy to do, but it should also have a section of endgame stuff where if you are a hardcore player, you have the option of engaging with hardcore content, endgame content, if you will, if you so choose. And of course, the game should reward you accordingly for that. And if you want to know what my ideas for like endgame content are, just go check out my my how to improve Genshin video that I put out I think 2 months ago at this point, maybe a month ago, to get an idea of what endgame is, what good endgame should be like for me. So you basically just described Star Rail. Essentially, yeah, because Star Rail does exactly that, doesn't it? Yeah. Mostly casual, but it has several endgame game modes that us hardcore players can prepare for and play, and we get rewards accordingly. We get rewarded accordingly for that, right? Pure Fiction, MOC, every 2 weeks or whatever. For each game mode, we do it, we clear it, we get 720 jades. Yeah. What else? Oh, I think my music. Did the music stop? Yes, it did. Okay. Is Doki Bird, is Selen streaming with, is that Snuffy? Huh. Kind of a, surprising stream. Or kind of a surprising collab. Also, what the fuck is Pippa streaming? What the fuck is her model? Oh, was this supposed to be her, like, April Fool's stream? But she's doing it now for whatever reason? That's funny. Well, hopefully she has a good stream. Or hopefully she has a good concert. Also, Iridify, thanks so much for the 6-month resub. Welcome back. Hey, welcome back, bro. And sorry that the fucking... I didn't hear the resub, so I'm going to assume it didn't happen. Fuck my alert box, dude. Streamlabs is a fucking piece of shit. Anyways, but yeah, appreciate the resub, Iridify, it means a lot. Star Rail does have some issues, but content structure is not one of them. Yeah. I mean, no gacha game is perfect, but yeah. Star Rail might legitimately be one of the closest gachas you can get to being perfect. Probably. Overall, anyway. Let's see, what else? So the content structure that Star Rail has is ideal. Admittedly, or ideally, I will say that I do want Star Rail to have more endgame content if that's possible. Because, like, having more is never a bad idea until it gets to the point where it gets a little bit overwhelming. But as long as you make it so that like, ideally, since what Star Rail seems to be doing is that they're slowly expanding endgame game modes, where at first we only started with MOC, and now they released Pure Fiction, and then they went back to MOC and added another section of MOC, like basically another MOC dungeon, if you will, if you want to think about it like that. So, like, and because they're all on their own cycles, right? Eventually, I think Star Rail will get to the point where they'll add enough endgame modes where every week you'll have one game mode reset their cycle, right? They'll reset their cycle, and thus they'll reset the rewards. So eventually, hopefully, Star Rail gets to that point where at the start of every new week we have another endgame game mode that we can go through and play and get more rewards for. So essentially 720 jades every week for doing them, pretty much. That would be like the dream for Star Rail at its current trajectory. And hopefully it gets to that point. Yeah, and then they added they started with Simulated Universe and they expanded it with Swarm Disaster and Gold Gears. One critique I have with Gold Gears and Swarm Disaster and Swarm is that the higher difficulties are pretty bullshit. Like, I don't know why they felt the need to make those game modes that fucking hard. Like, even I'm struggling with, like, I don't know, Conundrum 4 or 5, and there's, like, 12 Conundrum levels for gold gears. Like, what the fuck is that? Like, I don't know why they felt the need to make it that hard. To the point where, like, it's basically RNG if you get all the perfect blessings you need for a successful run. It's like, what the fuck? I don't know if that was necessary, but... Hey, Bao streaming too. Looks like everybody's coming back from WeebCon. Oh yeah, Erudify, yeah, I heard. Yeah, Pocket missed her flight coming back home from Japan, and so she had to shell out another $2,000. Because I think Rhino told me that the last time I streamed yesterday, but then he didn't give a lot of details, and so I thought Pocket missed her flight going to Japan, but apparently my IRL friend who also watches Pocket, clarified that no, she missed her flight coming back. So I was like, oh, okay. What the fuck are you seeing? The most cultured gacha streamer on Twitch.tv. They're both bad, true. True. Yeah, either way, that's pretty bad. Technically, I would say coming back is slightly better because at least if you miss your flight going to Japan, that means that all your hotel reservations, like all the reservations you had going that you plan on having, or your trip schedule itself gets fucked up if you miss your flight going there. So missing your flight coming back at least is whatever because, well, except for the cost, obviously. But, like, in terms of scheduling, that's whatever. Because it's like, you know, your trip is already over. You've already done everything you wanted to. So it's like, oh, yeah, if you miss your flight coming back home, then, like, you know, what's... So you're just coming back home. It's not that big of a deal. Other than the, you know, the having to spend $2,000 to buy another ticket part. So it's slightly better. Slightly. Worst part is prepping characters, and since every patch we're still getting 2 characters is pretty breakneck speed. Yeah, that is a problem, to be fair. However, I do feel that it is mitigated... Oh, that's loud. It is mitigated by the fact that MiHoYo seems to be, at least for Star Rail, MiHoYo seems to be having a pretty consistent rerun schedule for older characters, right? Because compared to Genshin anyway, again, Star Rail is a younger game, so they can do this easier, of course, but at least compared to Genshin, like, you don't need to wait that long for an old character to come back. I mean, Luocha is obviously an exception, but I mean, he's here now, so... But yeah, it's not that bad. It's not so bad, but yeah, I do agree that it is still an issue. Yeah. It is an issue. Let's see. So I think I stopped at... I think we already talked about the content structure. Let's see. What else? I would say this is something that no gacha game has ever done properly. Not even Azure Lane. But the perfect gacha game also must have the quality of letting players obtain every single character in the game for free. Like, and I understand why most gacha games don't do that, because obviously they want to sell their characters, because that's where most of their money comes from, obviously. But in my opinion, like, I have never liked the idea of paywalling content, right? I've always fucking hated that shit. Like, in an ideal world, gacha games as a genre shouldn't even fucking exist. Because the whole idea of you can only obtain this character through bullshit RNG, or if you pay for them, it has always been fucking trash. So, ideally, if you're gonna have a gacha game, my honest opinion is that you should be able to get every character, specifically the character, because the most important part of gacha games are the characters, obviously, is the characters, obviously, your roster. You should be able to obtain every character in the game for free. If you play every day, you do all your dailies, you do all your weeklies, your monthlies if your game has that, and so on and so forth. Like, the game should reward players for consistently playing every single day. And if you do that, you should be able to have every character in the game. Now, when it comes to, like, gear, right? If you're a game like, I don't know, Star Rail or Genshin, where you can roll for like weapons or gear or whatever. The gear is a separate thing. I don't include the equipment, right? You still got to roll that shit on your own, so you're on your own for that. But the characters, at the very least, you should be able to obtain every character, all the character without an exception, without exception. Yeah. But yeah, that is not something most gacha games will do, unfortunately. Not for a while, at least. But yeah, that would be one of the requirements for me personally for a perfect gacha game. I mean, technically speaking, like, I shouldn't even consider that perfect either, because technically speaking, gacha games are not ideal. But you know, can't win them all, I guess. So yeah. I would put that down as one of my other requirements, yeah. I would say those are the main two. Yeah. For the most part, I would say those are the main two. Good content structure, low commitment, with content, low commitment content, low commitment game, but with the option for players to treat it as a hardcore game if they want to, if they wish to. But the game should not penalize, or at least not penalize people too badly if they don't want to take the game seriously. If you just want to be a casual player, the game shouldn't, like, go out of its way to, like, fucking slap you on the ass just because you don't want to play the game fucking 24/7 like some other people do. But at the same time, the game should also reward people to a certain extent if they choose to commit themselves to a gacha game. That, and of course, characters for everybody. Or guaranteed copies of every character for players who, you know, are dedicated to the game. If they play every day, do all their dailies, do all their weeklies, stuff like that. Yeah, I think those would be my two main ones, at least for now. If I think of anything else, I'll let you know. What are we gonna gamba on then? Either extra copies of characters or weapons. Easy. Or because a gacha game like that will obviously not make not make as much money. It still could make a lot of money if it's like got, like, I don't know, Hoyoverse levels of popularity. But obviously it won't. It won't make as much money as if, you know, you couldn't get all the characters in the game for free. So instead, what a gacha game like that could do to boost sales, like to make up for the lost money, that they're losing out on character gacha, is sell a lot of skins, put a shit ton of cosmetic items in the game, because people love skins, right? I mean, I don't even need to ask you. We all love skins here. If you got like a waifu or whatever, or if you got a husbando, right? People would definitely pay for the ability to, like, drip them the fuck out. So yeah, sell a shit ton of skins. Skins, cosmetics, I don't know, emotes if you want to go that far. I don't fucking know. Make sure you have a very solid external, like, IRL merch line as well, right? Because these are all things that, for example, Azure Lane does, right? Because Azure Lane doesn't make a whole ton of money, not compared to other gacha games anyway, off their actual in-game gacha. They make up for it by selling a ton of skins. Selling a ton of skins and then pushing their merch lines really, really hard. And so that's how they make up for it. Did Maple Story paywall emotes? I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised. It's fucking Nexon, so. Skins are good, they just don't make as much money. Yeah, I know. But it's a way to boost sales. Yeah. Like I'm not trained in like marketing. I'm not like a marketing expert, so I'm sure if you get together a team of properly trained marketers, or like people who know how to promote things, I'm sure they can come up with a lot better ideas too, or they can come up with a lot of other ideas too. My ideas would be sell a lot of skins, like throw in a lot of cosmetic shit in there, and like establish like a very strong, very reliable external merch line. Azure Lane devs did well enough to fund Azure Premier League. Yeah, so clearly what Azure Lane did to help make money, to make money, clearly that works. Yeah. Swimsuits? Oh yeah, swimsuits. Genshin, Mihoyo could never. Keck W. Star Rail Dena is making bank now. Yeah, exactly. Like, obviously there will always be a demand for, like, old school MMOs, right? But yeah, at the same time, a lot of people don't want to have to fucking sink hours and hours and hours of their time just playing one game, right? And that's where gacha games come in. Because you don't have to play them like, you know, old school MMOs where you just, you know, glue yourself to your fucking PC for 18 hours a day. Isn't there gonna be a new Neela skin? Who's Neela? Are you talking about Nilo from Genshin? If they made Hoyoverse, or if Hoyoverse made buying stamina cheaper, honestly, Pompminator, I still am a big fan of my own idea. Well, yeah, obviously I am. Of the idea that I had to quote fix or change the way farming worked in my Genshin video, my how to improve Genshin video. Like, I think Star Rail should do that too. Where farming for shit is free, and then you just use your stamina to get more rewards out of individual runs. I still think they should do something like that. One really good gacha you used to play was something called Mercstoria, which had a free daily gacha, only 3 rolls a day though. You could get 5 stars with the guaranteed 5-star after 100 rolls, and it doesn't reset if you get one early. Sheesh! God damn! Would love that shit for one of my gacha games. Fuck, dude. Can somebody explain the title you just got here? Oh, it's simple. I'm not terribly impressed by Penacony's story. Several disclaimers though, 2 of them to be specific. I have not read 2.1. I've heard very good things about 2.1 on Twitter. And so I still have to read it, yeah. I'll probably get around to reading it either later this week or next week. Not today though. But I did read 2.0 on stream. And I wasn't terribly impressed. Matter of fact, I was actually kind of pissed with how they decided to handle that story, if I'll be honest. So, basically 2.0 story was very mid for me. But the second thing I want to say is that even though I say it's mid, it is still the Hoyoverse story that I actually care the most about out of all the stories that I've read between Genshin and Star Rail. Like, I didn't really give a fuck about the rest of Star Rail's story up to Penacony. Like, Belobog was cool, I guess, but like I didn't really care. I mean, the coolest part of Belobog was the final fight against Cocolia and the fucking rock music starts kicking in. Like, that was cool. But really only that part. Shenja, I fucking tuned out by the time I was a third of the way into it, because I was like, what the fuck is going on? So I didn't give a fuck about Shenjo. So yeah. Even though I say Penacony story is mid, it's still the best story by far in the game already. So it can really only go up from here, I guess, right? And if you think Penacony story is good, that's fine. I'm not trying to shit on your opinion here. I just think that Penacony story, by my own standards, I think Penacony story is mid. So hopefully that clarifies some things at least. What did they handle wrong? Firefly. My biggest problem with 2.0, with Penacony story so far, minus 2.1 because I haven't read it yet, so I can't fairly critique it. The biggest problem with 2.0 was how they handled Firefly. I don't like how they handled her. It was obvious she was gonna die by the end of the chapter. Well, actually, it was obvious she was gonna die, but like, they also killed her off in the same fucking chapter, which is like, what? Why would you kill off a character that fucking fast? Like, okay? Like, and it's obvious they were gonna bring her back anyway. Because, you know, oh, she died in a dream world. So it's like, oh yeah, then she didn't actually die yet. So yeah, obviously they're gonna bring it back. Right? Players will be fucking pissed if they just killed off Firefly for real and we're never seeing her again. Or we're never seeing her ass again. But like... Like, it was so fucking telegraphed, right? They give you that whole fucking sob chapter in like the middle of the chapter where you know the scene where you and who is it? You and Firefly hang out together and on the rooftop in her secret base or whatever. And she gives you a whole sob story about what her problem is, and well, whatever she talks about with how, oh, I would like to like actually have like real feelings or like real experiences or some shit like that. It's like, yeah, that's a huge walking red flag in case you're not familiar with like how these kinds of stories go. It's like, okay, yeah, that's kind of obvious. Kind of on the head there, a little bit too much, don't you think? So it's like, okay, I can deal with that, I guess, because that's a very common trope in anime. But then you also kill her in the exact same fucking chapter? Bro, where's the fucking pacing, man? Come on, bro. And not only, yeah, just the overall pacing too would be my second biggest problem. Just like you go from, oh, we're in Penacony, and then you run to Firefly. Oh, by the way, we're best friends now. Just because she buys you dinner and you use all her money. And then she fucking starts. She has that that gushing part of the story where it's like, oh, we've known each other for literally what, not even an hour, and you're fucking gushing your life problems to us. Like, okay, that's cool, but like we don't even know each other that well yet. Why the fuck would you just trust a random ass fucking trailblazer that you just met not even an hour ago? Like, huh? Where's the fucking pacing, bro? Yeah, fucking trauma dumping her ass. Like, bro, that's... Like, where's the fucking build-up? There was no build-up. I would like to care about Firefly. I mean, she's the character that we probably care the most about, honestly. I mean, hell, even Bronya and Selly had more fucking character development than motherfucking Firefly did. Like, it's not that high of a bar, but like, yeah, I would say I don't think it's controversial to say that Bronya and Selly had better character development than Firefly did. Then again, that was over the entire chapter of Belobog, so it's not real. I admit it's not a fair comparison, but like, in the context of Penacony, where you introduce a character and kill her off the same, and you fucking kill her on the same fucking chapter, like, bro, where the fuck is your sense of pacing? Like, Christ, man. And to a lesser degree, I will also point out, I think people in my Twitch chat pointed this out, but to a lesser degree, a third problem that I have is the fact that once again, the fucking Astro Express crew don't really play a huge role, or they haven't really played a huge role so far in 2.0. I'm hoping they have a bigger role in 2.1 at least, but from the sounds of it, not really. So that's kind of disappointing. Like, have we had a part of story yet where it's just us and the Astro Express crew? Or it's like, it's us hanging out specifically with the actual Astro Express crew? Like, all of us together doing a mission? Because, like, at every part of the story, right, it's either we're missing a couple people, or we're, like, separated, like, we Trailblazer are separated away from the rest of the Astro Express with either by ourselves or with, like, one other person from the actual Astro Express. For some reason, saying Astro Express a lot is a very bad tongue twister for me. Welt had a major part. I'm glad. Is the only one? Ugh. .1 is basically all about adventuring, so why the fuck is it part of the main story? Why not just make that a character quest? Yeah, without spoiling too much, because again, I haven't read 2.1 yet. If they make it a character quest despite its quality, that's kind of a waste. Well, they should improve their story quality then, shouldn't they? Oh, oops. Turn off that stream over there. Here's the thing, chat. Adventuring having a huge part of the 2.1 story from what you guys are telling me, that in and of itself, there's nothing wrong with that per se. But with how the pacing how the pacing went for 2.1 or 2.0, sorry, not 2.1. How the pacing went for 2.0, I don't know if I quite like the fact that adventuring has such a huge role in 2.1. Should I go that far, actually? I'm not sure. Because now that I think about it, like, in FGO, each singularity has, like, servants that have very big roles in there. But at the same time, it's like, most of FGO singularities, or just most of FGO's chapters, we are also involved somehow. Right? But so if in 2.1, if it's just about adventuring, because I'm pretty sure it's his POV, right? We experience it through his eyes or his perspective. So if that's the case and Trailblazer isn't involved at all for the most part, what the fuck are they doing? You should just do the story, man. I mean, Erudifi, I hate to say this to you, but you should also refrain from spoiling shit too, even if technically they're not spoilers. Let them cook? I want them to cook, but from what I've seen from 2.0, I don't really have much hope for 2.1. And what you guys are telling me with what to expect in 2.1, I'm not... Like, I can't say I'm very encouraged. Like, Aventuring's story could be very good. I'm not doubting that. But what I am doing is I'm questioning why Aventuring should have such a huge role in 2.1. Like, especially in the context of all the other shortcomings that Star Rail story has so far. You're trying to convince me the story is good without spoiling? I mean, even if you did spoil it, I don't know if you'd still be able to convince me anyway. If you were to relate to FGO, it would be like Babylonia with Gilgamesh. You're going that far, huh? I'll just mentally prepare myself to be disappointed. Because I don't think that is ever in a million years going to be a fair comparison. Just simply because to get to Babylonia in FGO, you have to go through, what, like 5 or 6 other chapters? I guess technically 7 if you count Fuyuki, which is the prologue. Because what, we had Fuyuki, we had Orleans, Septim, Orleans, Septim, what was the chapter 4? It was like Oceania or whatever. Not Oceania, not like Australia, no, not that. But, oh no, Okeanos, yeah, sorry, forgot the name. Okeanos, then we had the America chapter, and then after the America chapter, we finally get to Camelot, so that's 6 chapters, and then we get to Babylonia, so 6 chapters. It took us 6 story chapters to get to Babylonia, and yes, sure, the first 5 were questionable quality, but it still establishes the whole vibe that you are a master being sent out to these singularities with the assignment or with the objective of like solving them, right? Just making sure they shut down or whatever. Make sure it doesn't affect the proper course of history in the future. And you go there with MASH, right? And then you are supported by your team back in Chaldea in the form of Romani, Dr. Romani, and Da Vinci, right? Like, they firmly established that vibe for you, right? That this is your core team. This is your core story experience, and they let that shit build up with all of the experiences you have with, you know, MASH, your control team back in Chaldea, blah blah blah, that sort of stuff. Like, even if the exposition there is kind of boring, it's still important in terms of like the build-up, right? So for you to compare Babylonia, or for you to compare Adventuring Story 2.1 with Babylonia? I'm not too sure about that, man. I have my doubts. I suppose I'll see when I actually start reading it myself. Oh, I missed London. Yeah, they're London too. Sorry. My bad. Before Camelot is pretty boring? Well, yeah, obviously it was. I just said that. But even though it was boring, even though the story quality wasn't that good, those first 5 or so chapters, they're still important because they establish the vibe of the fact that you are traveling, like you have a team that you're working with to solve these singularities. That's why when MASH dies in the Solomon chapter, That's why her being gone was so moving. Because you've been through MASH for the past what was it? FGO had been out for like a year or two by that point. And then you have to deal with the fact that she's dead. Or potentially deal with the fact that she's dead and she's no longer like gonna be there fighting with you anymore. And so because of that, when Guetia fights you one-on-one, you are fucking pissed. Or at least, you know, Gura or Guraka or whoever you're playing, they're fucking pissed. Yeah, unfortunately, No Limit Chris. I don't think Aridify is quite getting what I'm trying to get at here, too. Yeah, I'm not. I think he's focusing too much on Aventurine's role in the story as opposed to the big picture. Yeah, I'm not sure if we're getting this across to him. I think it's a lost cause. FGO makes you feel like a member of Chaldea, but Star Rail makes the Astro Express feel secondary. Yeah, exactly. It's one of my main problems with Star Rail's story so far. Like, what the fuck is the point of the Astro Express if we haven't even had a full story to like hang out with them and like do story shit with them? Because even right at the start with Bellabog, like fucking Himiko and Welt don't even come along. It's just us, Daniel, and March. That's it. And then even then, right, like a quarter of the way through the story, or like a third of the way through the story, when we're escaping from Bronya, and Bronya starts hunting us down, right, with the guards, we get separated from Daniel and March anyway, and we find ourselves, we end up in, what, the underground or whatever? The underground portion of Bellabog? So it's like, bro, we don't even have, like there have been no opportunities for you to like actually establish any like meaningful bonds with your teammates, with your crew. So like what the fuck is the point of having a crew to begin with? Are they just like a fucking traveling hotel that we just kind of hang out in, so that while we're traveling in between like different planets? Hey Cal Alter, how's it going, man? Welcome back. But yeah. Like, to most other people who play Star Rail, who don't have that perspective because they haven't read any other gacha story, like, unfortunately they're not going to understand that. Because if Star Rail is the only story that they know, or if they're used to, like, I don't know, Genshin story, or if they just don't have as high standards for like storytelling as, you know, maybe some of the rest of us, they won't see a problem with this. Right? They're gonna be like, oh, you know, March is our best friend, blah, blah, blah. Is she, though? I mean, shit, bro. You go on fucking Star Rail Twitter, and you see how many people are absolutely fucking cooming over Firefly. Right? Every time I go through, I scroll through my timeline on Twitter, like every other, like maybe every 4 Star Rail pieces of Star Rail fan art is Firefly. That's how much people fucking love her. Just because she's your best friend in 2.0. Just because she happens to be like your confidant is like, oh, like, you know, gives you your fucking sob story, and then she baits everybody into fucking cooming for her. It's like, bitch, we didn't even know you for an hour, and you're acting like we're BFFs. It's like, huh? So yeah, while to most other Star Rail players that's good enough, that ain't good enough for me. Like, the pacing is too fast. Pacing is too fast. You don't have a chance to like make meaningful relationships with your home crew, right? Aboard the Astro Express. Like, honestly, to be honest with you, in this sense, Paimon is better than is a better is a more well-written character than Pom Pom is. And even though obviously we prefer Pom Pom just because they're not nearly as annoying as Paimon, at the very least with Paimon, she's always there with you. So inevitably when the story gets to the point in Genshin where Paimon fucking betrays us or some shit, or like if Paimon sacrifices herself for the sake of the Traveler or some shit like that, that's going to fucking hurt. At least for a lot of people. For some of us, we're going to be like, oh, finally, we got rid of Paimon. But even then, right? Even for those of us who don't like Paimon, when she is gone, if they decide to evolve the story to the point where Paimon is no longer with us, you have to admit that at that point, we've entered a fundamentally new era of Genshin. Because a Genshin without Paimon is a different game. Genshin's pacing is closer to what you guys are talking about, or what I'm talking about, but people bitched about it, so they do it like Star Rail now. Well, they didn't do it correctly, so, you know, there's that. And maybe if Genshin actually had an interesting story the first couple of chapters, maybe people wouldn't have bitched as much. So yeah, that's why I think Penacony's story, I mean, technically all of Star Rail's story, but specifically Penacony, that's why it's mid. That's why I think it's mid. 2.1 story is 46 hours, similar in length to Farina's trial. I mean, that's pretty cool, but remember how long it took me to read through all of Lost Belt 6. How long is Lost Belt 6, by the way? I think it took me like 3 or 4 weeks. Something like that. It took even longer because I was losing brain cells reading the dialogue. Yeah, every time they let a grammatical error slip through. Comparing FGO's story length with Genshin and Star Rail's story length is a wild comparison. Lost Belt 6 is an anomaly in storytelling because most gacha games or most gacha stories are not that long. Maybe not, but this is your competition. And guess what? FGO is my first gacha game. And so this is my baseline. This is my standard. Because if your story is not at least as half as good as FGO's, guess what? You can go fuck yourself. Hey, and there goes Bubba Gump spoiling the story again. Well, not again. That might be the first time. But more spoilers in chat. Lovely. Maybe I should ban you all. Ban, ban, ban. Anyways, sorry YouTube chat, I have not been paying attention to you guys at all. Let me take a look at what YouTube chat's been saying. My bad, YouTube chat. Let me take a look at YouTube chat. Let's see, blah 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 blah. Hey Unagi, I don't know if you're still in chat. How's the job search going? Very terribly. Every place is either rejected or ghosted my ass. So I'm still looking. Gallagher's easy to build. Well, technically speaking, he is. So the fact that you couldn't get a single good relic on him is honestly kind of bad luck. So that, you know, that sucks. This, you have no idea why Firefly was with us for like 2 hours max. Her death was so ass, legit didn't care when she died. Yeah, honestly, Ronaldo. Yeah. The thing I enjoyed the most about Firefly dying is that, or I actually enjoyed watching Firefly die, which sounds extremely fucking psychotic, I'm aware. But the reason why I enjoyed watching her die is because that was the most amount of emotion that I have felt in the entirety of Star Rail's story. I'm just like, holy shit, they're actually killing a character. Wow, they actually had the balls to do this. But now that you know, afterwards, when I thought about it, it's like, oh yeah, she's not actually dead now, is she? Like, they're gonna bring her ass back somehow. It's like, oh, okay, well, what the fuck was the point of killing her off then? Don't really care about Firefly because she's a whole lot of nothing. She's not nothing. Like, she's clearly intended to be like one of your main companions for your main companion for Penacony. But like, she didn't really do anything. Yeah. She didn't really do anything. Like, all she did really that was of any sort of substance was like gush her fucking sob story at us, and all of a sudden we're BFFs now. And you know, Twitter goes fucking parasocial for Firefly. Didn't Shaoji say that Penacony's story is separated into 3 patches? I hope it's not 2.0, 2.1, and 2.2. I fucking hope Penacony's story is longer than that. Because if it actually is, 2.0, 2.1, and 2.2, and that's it, holy fuck. What do I think about Nikkei's story? Haven't read Nikkei's story. But I will say this, Quaggy, the fact that when Nikkei launched last year, or a year and a half ago technically at this point, or yeah, a year and a half ago, let's say, at least when Nikkei released, they had like, the main story went up to I think chapter 20, which is a shit ton of story. That actually makes sense in hindsight because Nikkei was supposed to release when the pandemic was going. But the pandemic happened, and I believe they had to postpone the launch of the game. Like, Nikkei was supposed to have come out back in 2020, I think. Either 2020 or 2021. But either because of pandemic or some other shit, they couldn't release it then, and they had to delay the release to a 2022 release. So it does make sense why it came out with as much story content as it did. But still, the fact that it came out with 20 chapters of main story, that is significant. I think Nikkei is the game that is the gacha game that came out with the most amount of story content at the time of its release. Like, I don't know if any other gacha game like comes close. Maybe there are other gacha games that do. I just wouldn't be aware of them. But I know for a fact that with at least Nikkei, they had a shit ton of story that you could go through. Acheron E6-1, unless you want to pay for my Acheron E6. Not happening. I'm good enough with the. I'm good with E0 S1. Base take. Which one? The Nikkei story thing. Isn't that how we make friends IRL? I don't know, man. How about you try, like pouring out your life story to some stranger out on the street and see how well that works out for you. Can you spoil why she's so important to the Trailblazer? I mean, if you want to risk getting banned. I know that you're a sub and all, but yeah, Firefellow is basically a tour guide. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, she was a free lunch for the day, or she paid for our lunch. Whoop-de-doo. How long is the ban? You can tank an L? Probably, I don't know, perma. Because remember that I specifically said please don't spoil the story because I haven't read 2.1 yet. So you're directly going against what I requested. So yeah, that sounds like it would be grounds for a permaban. I don't know. You tell me. Like, I don't want to have to be so harsh on a sub, but like at the same time, like I said please don't spoil the story because I haven't read 2.1 yet, and yet you're out here saying can I spoil the story? Like how fucking dumb do you have to be? Hey Lucille, thanks so much for the 46-month resub. Welcome back. Like, this is some like War Thunder, like I'm going to leak classified military documents on a fucking gaming forum just to win an internet argument levels of fucking stupidity. Well, it's not quite that bad, obviously, but like, why? You encourage you to read it? I will read it. I'm just expecting to be disappointed. And I probably will be. You like Acheron less the more you read the story? Acheron doesn't feel like she'd be a very likable character here anyway. Because, I mean, even in 2.0, like, what the fuck was she even doing anyway? Like, I think 2.0 story already kind of establishes the fact that you can't really trust, like, the other Penacony members. Like, literally the only other Penacony character, the only Penacony character you would actually, like, want to trust is Firefly. Like, I don't know what the fuck Black Swan's agenda is. We don't know what the fuck Acheron's agenda is either. They're just kind of there. What the fuck are they doing there? I don't know. Also, friendly reminder that Acheron basically just let Firefly die at the end of 2.0. Because, oh yeah, just the convenient, oh, I wasn't prepared excuse. Yeah, okay. Someone like you, Acheron, not being prepared? Alright. Sure. Good one. Only trust Sparkle, yeah, in the sense that you know she just wants to fuck with you. Robin's character looks too happy. She'll probably also die. Dude, I mean, they kind of hinted at that already, right? Or at least that she's gone. Like something happened to her. Like when who's Robin's brother, whatever his name is, was when he was talking to, I think, Sparkle. Yeah, Sunday. Yeah. Only person we can trust is Shampoo. Honestly, Sampo feels like more of a buddy than anybody on the Astro Express does. I'm gonna be real with you. Cause like, unlike the it seems, it feels this way. I don't know if you guys agree with this. Let me know if you do. But to me, it feels like Sampo is a more reliable story partner than like anybody on the Astro Express is. Because, unlike the Astro Express members, Sampo seems like he'll be able to find you no matter where you are. Like, bro, we met him in, what is it? We met him in Bellabog, and then he shows up in Penacony too. I guess we didn't see him at all in what, Shenzhou? But doesn't he have connections in Shenzhou anyway? I feel like he does. Maybe I'm just thinking about the wrong shit. Sampo did send us a package. I guess that counts. Well, kept us from losing control of the Stellaron on the space station. Yeah, that's true. Okay, what else did he do? Because I think he joined us for... He decided to join us for the Shenzhou chapter, right? Because it was a serious enough the situation where he felt the need to get involved personally. And hey, what's going on, Rita? What skill order is Kafka? Skill order? Oh, you mean skill leveling order? Ultimate first, then skill. Z3 is a mixed bag from what you heard, yet it's already gotten 30 million pre-reg. Well, yeah. It's Hoyoverse. And we've known about it for a long time. But yeah, anyways, thanks for coming to my TED Talk on why I think Penacony's story is mid and it probably will stay mid. Again, let me clarify that, let me reiterate that Penacony's story isn't bad, and if you like it, I'm not trying to shit on your opinion here. I just personally think that the way Star Rail's story and, you know, Genshin too, for that matter, the way that Hoyoverse handles their stories for the newer games, like Genshin and Star Rail, are just not, like, they're not as good as they could be. And so, you know, like, so far I'm pretty disappointed. Do you have a release date for Z3? Not yet. All we know is that a third beta for Z3 should be inbound. But that's about it. No actual release date yet, though. Go wash my hands real quick, chat. Even Honkai has issues like that. It's like half the chapters are like hit or miss. With so much like jargon and scientific bullshit going on. Part 2 is like 90% dialogue and like 10% gameplay. Story writing is hard, man. It just is. It's hard to get it just right, unfortunately. Ugh. Okay. As a story writer, it is indeed hard to write. It's just that's just how things are sometimes, you know. Anyways, chat. I think I'll just leave it at that. I think I'll just do a short stream today. Because I've already done everything I wanted to do on stream today. Hey, yeah, you're back. What'd you miss? Oh, you missed a nice little like hour-long conversation I had with chat, specifically with my Twitch chat about why I think Penacony 2.1 story was or 2.0 story was mid. Or like, actually, I bitched about the entirety of Star Rail's story so far. You should have been here for it. I'm sure you would have had some choice words to say. But as of right now, I think I must go. But yeah, I'm gonna have to get going. Morgan Banner is up on NA right now. Oh, congrats. Or, not congrats. But best of luck anybody rolling for Morgan tonight. But yeah. Again, I don't think I will stream tomorrow. I think tonight I'm gonna work on some videos. Hopefully I'll be able to get it out tomorrow. If not, maybe later. Maybe in like 2 days or something. But yeah, I've got a couple videos that I want to work on. So I may not stream for another like day or two. So yeah, this will be the last stream until like maybe later this week. Like today's Wednesday, right? So I probably won't stream again until like either Friday or Saturday. Probably something like that. So, but in any case, thanks for hanging out, chat. Appreciate you guys hanging out with me and just talking about random shit about, you know, Star Rail story and shit like that. So. Appreciate it, even if our opinions didn't really, not all of our opinions lined up. Still appreciate you sharing your opinions with me anyway. But yeah, I will read through 2.1 story on stream, either probably now that I think about it, it's already the middle of this week, probably next week at this rate. So if you want to see my live reactions, make sure to keep an eye out for when I actually do start 2.1 story. Or, you know, you can always just check the VOD afterwards. But yeah, thanks for hanging out, everybody. Catch you next time, and have a wonderful rest of your day. I think I said that twice. Anyways, I'll send you guys over to, who is it? Numi's stream. She's rolling for Acheron right now. Pog, huge raid! But yeah, I'll send you guys over there. You can laugh at Numi as she gets spooked once again. Hey, Fear, yeah, sorry about that. Bad timing. Thanks for the 46-month resub, though. Appreciate it. But yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, bad timing. Hopefully you can catch the next stream, though. Later this week. But yeah, take care, everybody, and have a good one. Go enjoy Numi's Gacha Salt.